Exploration and trials? Adventuring is right up my alley. Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Exploration and trials? Adventuring is right up my alley. Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Alrighty. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone. Oh, welcome on in. Back. And live. And oddly enough, in the Genshin world today. Because they gave us a new patch with some new characters and some new fun. Guess that's the only way to describe it. So we got brand new character, Escoffier. And along with Escoffier, we got new Natling character, Aoife. That's just not... And along with Escoffier, you get the Symphonis of Sense Verdict weapon. Which, oddly enough, I did it. Well, at least I got character. Somehow I'll remember how to get characters up in Genshin. Do it all the time, but I did get enough Escoffier, and I've been working on building her. So. And I did also get me an Aoife. Interesting enough. He's just in line with the other wind people. Wind people. The wind people. The Escoffier and Shenyun are the two current characters I've been working on upgrading. Tell you, frickin' Genshin needs to fix this. Getting the gemstones, the stones and what you not. This ascension material here. Is it just a pain in the butt? And they really need to fix it. But I mean, I don't think many people like focus on multiple upgrades, so. But I'm down to just a few characters, so. Well, yeah, so we will be starting. So bad at Genshin. I do it enough on my own time. You'd think I'd be good at it. But also, so they gave us paralogism or the long forgotten Mondstadt. It's the only way to describe that place. And then we have Shaped by Fame, which is Escaffier's story. And hers is just a standard 5-star story quest. And then paralogism is the Archon quest, so we will be starting at the Archon quest. And the best person to do that with? Godwin. You can do with Ganyu, you can hit like a whole bunch of the birds with their ability. You're not leveling genes, just old and useless. Turn to special story mode. Okay, that's just weird. It must be a new change.
Wow! The city is all decked out! Oh, it's beautiful! Festival
Shut up,
season
Paimon.
means no commissions, which means no Mora. But Catherine's always looking out for us, so we should still drop by and say hello.
Sure, let's go. Where's Paimon's character? Strike.
Greetings, traveler. Paimon.
Hey, Catherine! Still doing the whole no commissions during Windbloom thing?
In general, yes. The people of Mondstadt don't delegate their work to others this time of year. But
But...
Something's up.
feel free to take a look around. I think you'll pick up on something unusual.
Take a look around, huh?
It's finally Windbloom. And here I am ruining everything.
You're a bit tired. No big deal. Give it some time. How about doing something fun tonight? We could take a stroll or go stargazing.
Stargazing? Like we'll find a spot. You know people start reserving places on Starsnatch Cliff the moment the sun goes down. Sorry, I'm just not in the mood. I should go.
Whoa! Something's off with Beatrice. She would never give up a chance to talk to Quinn. This is weird.
Oh, you're leaving? I can walk you home.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I just need some time to myself. Besides, there's still something I need to do. The truth is, Quinn, not long ago,
What is it? Is there something wrong?
Never mind. It's nothing. Actually, Quinn, I think we should stop seeing each other for now.
Okay,
Huh?
something's weird.
Wait, are you saying we can't be friends anymore? I thought we were best friends.
Did you see that? Beatrice ran off without looking back. Oh, we go adventuring in other nations for a bit, and one of Mondstadt's best friendship stories is already over?
Maybe they're just working out the kinks,
So,
Paimon.
is this what you meant by unusual, Catherine?
This is just one example. Beatrice has been feeling down for days. But that's not all.
Oh, it's the honorary knight in Paimon.
Uh-oh.
Is something wrong? You don't look so good.
I know a knight should be stronger than this, but I haven't been feeling right lately. I just can't focus. I started sleepwalking out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd even wake up in the middle of the night standing in a random location outside.
You should see a doctor.
I did, but all the tests came back normal. The doctor said I'm fine.
Very
Yeah,
strange.
I even consulted Miss Barbara at the church, but her conclusion was the same. In any case, she was kind enough to pray to Lord Barbados for me to get better. Is it because I saw something I wasn't meant to see? Sorry, this is for me to figure out. It is Windbloom after all. Anyway, I have patrol to finish. Until next time, you two.
Huh. Is it something in the air, maybe?
It appears Miss Donna is also out of sorts.
Oh, where can I find a truly fascinating man?
She's been looking at it for one since we started the game.
Wait, but Donna is the one who has a huge crush on Diluc, right?
That's what I thought too. But she seems to have changed her mind.
Is that Captain Kaya? Huh. Now that I look at him, he's exactly my type. How come I never felt this way before?
I'm flattered, Miss Donna. Although I do wonder whether that was intended for outside ears.
Oh, no. Of course not. I'm sorry, Captain. Just pretend I didn't say anything. And, have a happy Windbloom.
I intend to, my dear. But first a question, if you don't mind. Why this sudden change of heart? I was under the impression Master Diluc was the object of your affections.
Good question, Kaya.
So, you knew about that? Well, Master Diluc came into the city not too long ago, but when I saw him, it was like the butterflies just weren't there anymore. If I had to compare it to something, it would be like waking up and realizing you're married to a man you don't love. But then I saw you, and it wasn't that something was different about you. I can't really explain it. It was just a feeling.
I understand and I'm flattered. I was able to bring back the butterflies, but I do need to cease to some business, so I'll take my leave.
Oh, here he comes. Well, surprised to see us?
We come back for every Windbloom, Paimon. Not at all. You are exactly the two people I've been trying to find. So, Caspar, Paimon, how have you been? Doing well. Fixing ley lines. The answer to that requires a private conversation. Catherine, do you mind?
Not at all. Have fun, you three.
So, you said you were looking for us.
Yes, Jean sent me to find you when she heard you were back in Mondstadt. Let's discuss the finer details back at headquarters. Bum. Something is wrong.
Rev the engines!
Brat the Pyro Archon. I brought a few Archons, in fact.
Ah, Kaya, you found them.
We weren't lost. Yep, I managed to track them down.
Good. With what's about to happen, it's great to have you in town.
Eula, what are you doing?
Whoa, headquarters are packed! What's going on?
Honorary Knight Paimon. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I believe introductions are in order?
Allow me, you have note. Captain of the second company. Skirian, captain of the third company. Eula, captain of the fourth company. And me, of course, captain of the ninth company. We're missing 1, 5 through 8.
Oh, you're all captains?
That's right. Master Jean is waiting for you inside. She'll explain everything.
Jean!
Paimon, what the hell? Gasfire. Paimon, thank you for coming. Dude, you called in 4 captains. What's going on? Ah, yes, that would be the captains. You know a few of them already, but I'm sure there are some new faces. There have been a number of incidents in Mondstadt. In order to wrap up the case, I gathered all the captains of the Knights of the Favonius together to hold a trial.
A trial? But this is Mondstadt, not Fontaine!
I got Freyna. We could, bring her in. Nuvalet. I can understand the confusion. You've never participated in one of our trials before. In truth, we haven't had to conduct one in quite some time. The Knights of Favonius oversee most matters of law and order in Mondstadt. Of course, in the interest of fairness, major cases are tried jointly with the Church. Under the guidance of Barbados, the Knights uphold chivalric justice with a spirit of order. The Church carries blessings and goodwill wherever the wind can reach. But today's case requires a joint trial by both parties.
Which means it's a serious one. So, do you need our help?
Hold on. Group of people who saw in the corridor just now. There's someone missing. What'd you do with Albedo?
Right! He's the captain of the investigation team! But we didn't see him out there!
Keen observation, Gasfire. That happens to be exactly why I called you here. In the upcoming trial against Captain Albedo, we'll be doing our utmost to understand the facts of the case and deliver a fair and impartial verdict.
Albedo is the one on trial? What did he do?
This time. Jean, it's time. Understood. Traveler, Paimon, come with me. It'd be interesting without the BAs. Please sit wherever you like. I only ask that you remain calm, no matter what you hear. We need to head over there. Don't worry, the trial will be fair. Now that everyone is gathered, let us begin. We're like missing the church. With Grandmaster Varko away from Mondstadt for the time being, I, Jean Gunhilder, will oversee today's proceedings. Mr. Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Favonius, will serve as assessor. As representatives of our respective organizations, we will ensure a just verdict in the case. Oh, look, there's Rosario.
Oh, that's a new face! Deacon of the church. Does that mean he works with Barbara and Rosaria?
The defendant in today's case is captain of the investigation team, Albedo. Albedo? What did he do? Certain aspects of this case are classified and remains uncertain whether the alleged victims are citizens of Mondstadt. As such, this trial is not open to the public. The identities of the victims still unknown. Strange. If guilt is established in this case, all facts will be made public after the final verdict is delivered. Now the captain of the logistics company, Miss Hertha, will present the charges. The court appoints Mr. Kaya to speak on Mr. Albedo's behalf. Are both parties ready to proceed? Yes.
Ready to proceed.
Miss Hertha, The floor is yours.
Prior to this trial, the Knights of Favonius, in conjunction with the church, launched an investigation into Mr. Albedo for suspected murder and unlawful disposal of human remains.
Murder?
A witness stated that, 11 days ago, in the middle of the night, she saw the defendant southeast of the city gates, dragging a large object she later identified as a human body.
No. There's no way!
We now call that witness to the stand. Beatrice, please tell us what you saw.
Beatrice. So is that what she was trying to tell Quinn earlier?
Well, I was out late that night on business. And when I came back, I saw someone in the moonlight that looked like Mr. Albedo. He was dragging a huge bag of some kind. I thought it was strange, so I followed him. Then, there was a sudden flash of golden light. The bag opened, and inside there was a body. Mr. Albedo's vision allows him to manipulate the ground with ease. So he buried it, and then removed any traces on the ground. Before he left, it seemed like he looked in my direction. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was terrified thinking he might kill me too. Luckily, he didn't see me.
I now turn to the defendant. Describe your whereabouts that night. I was working in my office on the second floor of the Knights of Favonius headquarters. That's right. The next day, the defendant submitted his latest environmental report on the Dragonspine region. Considering the length of the text, it must have taken a considerable amount of time to finish.
Can anyone attest to the fact that the defendant was working in his office that night?
No.
Then the length of the report is not a sufficient alibi.
This isn't looking good.
If the crime did occur as you described, then what about the body? You mentioned the joint investigation. Well, was the body recovered?
Not yet.
In other words, you dug up the location Miss Beatrice described and found nothing. You don't find that suspicious?
I know what I saw. I'm telling the truth, Miss Hertha, I swear. Also, didn't you say that speaking out would help protect the people of Mondstadt? Otherwise, I'd never put myself out here like this.
You're doing the right thing. Besides, the investigation wasn't fruitless. A single men's shoe and a torn piece of fabric were found in the bushes near the crime scene. The same location the witness described. If no crime occurred, then is all this just a coincidence?
And yet, no victim has been identified, correct?
It's true. No one has been reported missing. However, Miss Beatrice harbors no ill will toward the defendant. Her testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie.
Does the witness wish to say anything in response? You may believe otherwise, Miss Hertha, but I did not kill a single person. As a knight and captain of the investigation team, I have a duty to protect Mondstadt and its people. You accuse me of murder, but there's no body or motive.
The defendant raises an important point. Motive. Yet, I must be frank, not all murders are premeditated. Spontaneous conflict can also have unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, I don't intend to prosecute this case on circumstantial evidence alone. Which brings me to the second charge against Mr. Albedo.
Second charge?
Please, proceed.
7 days ago, at dawn, a witness saw the defendant dispose of the body of an adult male in the area between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery. I now call the second witness to the stand.
Wait, that's...
To Luke Ragnavinder. Please tell the court what you saw. Around 3:40 in the morning, I saw Mr. Albedo dispose of a body beneath the cliff. It was dark and he used the power of Geo to illuminate the surroundings. From what I could tell, it looked like the body of an adult male, tall and thin, but I couldn't make out the age. I buried the body underneath the cliff and smoothed out the ground to remove any traces.
We now have accounts from two separate witnesses that describe the same modus operandi. Would you call that a coincidence?
Yeah, you don't have any bodies. I would only inquire as to what Mr. DeLuc was doing in the area so early in the morning. Not the most opportune time for a stroll. Is there such a thing? Dawn Winery is my home. This is not unusual for me to take walks in the area. Just happen to be in the right place at the right time, that's all. Mr. DeLuc is a well-respected figure in Mondstadt. I see no reason for him to frame Mr. Albedo. Yet the question remains, where are the bodies?
Before you suggest a lack of evidence, Mr. Kaya, you should know. After the defendant left that morning, the witness found this where the body was buried.
It's a box. And this is what looks like the teeth and femur of a human. Now, it does beg the question, if the burial was fresh, why is that all that remains of the body? But I suppose Mr. Albedo is the only one who can answer that. Careful now, Master DeLuc. I do believe I hear a presumption of guilt in there somewhere.
These remains suggest an accelerated rate of decomposition. Considering the defendant's profession, there's reason to suspect that alchemy is at play here. Both witnesses saw golden light, a known byproduct of alchemy. That's how the defendant destroyed the bodies. The light also explains how the witnesses were able to get a clear view of the events in the dark.
So that's your angle. Alchemy. Logical assessment. But we have a witness of our own. The afternoon before the alleged second murder, Mr. Albedo had a lengthy intellectual exchange with his student, Sucrose. The two were in the library until the next morning. Why did the discussion last so long? Miss Sucrose was presenting the results of her research. She noticed some flaws in the data and insisted on reviewing her calculations until the next morning with Mr. Albedo present. That's right, we were in the library together.
You're certain Mr. Albedo was present the whole time?
Yes, and I know Mr. Albedo would never kill someone. He could never be that cruel.
Nevertheless, the other witnesses have no reason to lie. Tell me, Miss Sucrose, that meeting in the library, were you awake the whole time? Sounds like a considerable duration to go without sleep.
I
do hope you can be truthful with us. It concerns the safety of countless Mondstadt citizens. A crime like this cannot go unpunished.
I'll take it from here. During our meeting, Sucrose did fall asleep not long after midnight. That's right, Sucrose, you don't have to lie for me. It's a sacred place of judgment. The truth is paramount. Mr. Albedo, I see that I'm afraid your alibi cannot be substantiated. Do you understand? Yes, I know claiming innocence without proof isn't enough. But the prosecution's argument has its own holes. There's been no mention of a motive, or what exact method could reduce a human body to those remains.
No conclusive evidence of guilt. But the witness accounts do match to an extent that can't be dismissed. This is a tricky one.
Allow me to submit another piece of evidence. The investigators intercepted one of Mr. Albedo's correspondences. I will now read the pertinent parts to the court.
Correspondence? Oh no, that does look like it belongs to Mr. Albedo.
I have never abandoned the subject of human research. In fact, delving deeper into Dragonspine has led me to realize that the concept of life could be further expanded and transformed into that of birth. The mystery of human birth is often linked to death. As such, death is the most suitable material for the creation of new life. To that end, we must engage in a process of putrefaction and refinement.
Putrefaction and refinement.
Is that in reference to an alchemical process?
The letter continues. Experimental trials have been carried out in the northwestern part of Dragonspine, in the area southeast of Mondstadt's main gate. The data is as expected. Just as you endeavored to do, I too shall take up the path of creation and break through current limitations to reach a new realm of living beings.
I trust the investigators have confirmed this is the defendant's handwriting. The letters makes more than passing mention of putrefaction and refinement.
Correct. Not to mention, the locations indicated in the letter match both crime scenes. What more can we trust than the defendant's own words?
Who's he writing the letter
No,
to?
it can't be true.
Can't believe it.
A guilty verdict cannot be delivered without sufficient evidence. In order to protect all parties involved, that is what our principles demand. My original assessment was that we lacked said evidence, but now, it seems the only remaining questions are the identities of the victims and the specific alchemical process used in this case.
And we are in agreement. The evidence is conclusive on the charges of murder and unlawful disposal of human remains. The court finds the defendant guilty. The people in the audience are shocked. No one can believe a kind, well-mannered person like Albedo could commit such a crime. Jean stipulates that those unsatisfied with the verdict will have time to submit objections or appeals, but most appear hopeless at this moment. As you watch Albedo being taken back to headquarters, you get a strange feeling that something is hidden. Something hidden is about to come to light. It all comes back to the letter, the secret letter that you and Albedo know all too well, and the people of Mondstadt have yet to discover.
Why would Albedo do something like that? Oh, this has to be a nightmare.
Albedo told me in his secret once that he was a synthetic human created through alchemy to have something to do with this case. But what? Following the Rindotter's footsteps just because he's an alchemical creation? That would only make him more suspicious. Well, that took a turn for the worse.
Rosaria! Oh, when did you get here?
She's been sitting behind you the whole time, Paimon. Been here the whole time. I happen to have a message to pass along. Yes, you're needed at Star Stanch Cliff. He's waiting for you there.
Who is he?
You'll know when you get there. Go on now. Time is like the wind. It waits for no one. Well, it's either our deacon or... No, what's his name? I guess we're forced to review. You and Paimon went to Dragonspine to ask Albedo, who is conducting research. Some questions about alchemy in order to encounter strange events. Strange soft noises echoing through the mountains that could not be traced. Sacking and theft of alchemy. Old notes at the campsite. Albedo disappearing after a chat outside a cave but having no incident. At the same time, Eula encountered Albedo elsewhere on the mountain, attempting to lead a child away, and he attacked Eula upon being discovered. You were able to confirm the presence of mysterious figure impersonating Albedo. A running battle ensued, ambushing and being ambushed, hunting and being hunted. In the end, Albedo eliminated the giant mutant whopperflower posing as him, but there were more than 2 people wearing the face on the mountain. That's it? You made me stop for that? Bastards.
Full throttle!
Like, here, you can see the,
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Teamwork is dream!
I will have order. Quake!
Rise with the sun!
you can sprint out of it or just grab a motorbike. But like,
Pyroclastic surge!
so the funny thing is with the motorbike, I kind of notice is some places you leave behind track. But when you go to the desert, you can do donuts. And they stay there for a little while. It's so cool. Hey! It's Venti! Ah, Chaos Fire Paimon. I could hear Your arrival upon the wind. Were you looking for me? No.
Venti, did you send us that message?
No, I did.
Is this your boyfriend, Venti?
Whoa, where did you come from? Wait, Venti, do you know this guy? His name is, what is his name again?
Dahlia.
Didn't think I was that unmemorable. I'm Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Favonius, and Herald of the Animo Archon Barbados. Not gonna forget next time, right?
So you called us here so we could meet with Venti?
That's right. I noticed you during the trial. The legendary honorary knight. You seem to have a lot of thoughts on your mind, so I thought we should have a chat. After all, I am the Herald of Barbados. If the people of Mondstadt are in danger, I should keep the Animo Archon in the loop.
So apparently he actually knows that Venti is the Archon. Though most people don't.
Wait then, you know about...
About what? The fact that my tavern-hopping nomad of a friend is Barbados himself?
Don't worry. Dahlia and I are close. He knows everything. Besides, a god needs someone to communicate their will in a formal setting, and no one does that better than Dahlia.
Not that I saw that coming when we first met. But back to the matter at hand. I believe you two already know about Albedo's background.
If you mean his true identity, then yeah, we do.
So, you know too, Venti? That's surprisingly Archon-like of you.
Low jab. Oh well, I knew from the moment that Rin, Dotir, and Alice brought Albedo to Mondstadt. When those two are in town, no one can afford to slack off. The Crimson Prince, a perfect specimen of synthetic life. At this stage of the case, there are countless questions surrounding Albedo's motive. Its true identity is a potential weakness.
A synthetic being loses control of their sanity and goes on a killing spree. That's how a novel would frame the story, and people are inclined to agree.
Albedo has told us before that humans often value the ordinary over the transcendent and miraculous.
And the slightest difference is perceived as other. A very common phenomenon.
Which means we need to find a way to help your friend. Alright. Spill the beans, Venti. Well, I know that Albedo's a synthetic being. A lot of strange things have been happening in Mondstadt. Even though Windbloom should be about drinking and having fun.
We noticed that too! The minute we got here, something was off.
Share what we know.
I've picked up on most of those too. Miles is out of sorts. Beatrice seems anxious. Although I didn't know Donna stopped being interested in Master Diluc.
When no love remains for the song to tell, the word becomes naught but an empty shell. Cruel is said fate, cruel it may be, were it not for a hero who'd set us all free.
What are you getting at, Tone Deaf Board?
Oh, just making a comment. There's always unavoidable trials in life. At least, that's what Barbados would say. A certain someone is going to need to overcome a trial like that. In such cases, even the Seven know better than to tamper with fate. Only there was a brave soul willing to aid their friend in his time of need. Should he meet a terrible fate, all of Mondstadt could be worse for it.
If you wanted our help, you could have just asked, you know.
Well, even if Albedo was in the center of the case, protecting Mondstadt is part of being honorary knight. Right? You still have help, of course, which is why I prepared a little surprise. Behold!
Hyman remembers that Jumpy Dumpty!
Don't worry, I removed the fuse so it's not going to explode. Say hello to the Dodo communication device.
So, this thing belongs to you now?
We're old pals. Don't think she'd care if I borrowed it for a few days. Anyway, this invention, with a little help from a trick of mine, will allow us to keep in touch. Just keep it out, and we can chat. We'll do our best to uncover the truth. That's all I ask, no matter what comes. You have the wind edge on your side. Turn to the headquarters. Queen Cecilia's seeds. Going the right way. Oh yeah. Mondstadt, the forgotten area that everyone's forgotten about.
Light it up!
Unless you recently started this. I can think how rarely they ever see anyone in the Mondstadt area. Like you go to all the different, a lot of the streamers, a lot of the players, you check videos or whatnot. No one comes back to Mondstadt. I come back every once in a while. I like fighting Storm Terror, so I can beat him up pretty quickly. Let's go to the roof. I don't know whose idea was to put the friggin' waypoint on the dang roof. But they should be beat. Logged. I know you all must be shocked, but the evidence is solid. Albedo's situation is not looking good.
I still don't believe Albedo would do something like that. Using living people as alchemical test subjects? It's like something out of a novel.
Perhaps
agree.
it's best for me to remain impartial, but I've worked with Albedo before. He's an alchemist, not a sadist.
The version of events is as hard for me to accept as anyone, but Barca once said Albedo is very different from the rest of us. Perhaps there are things we still need to learn about him. Let's see what Albedo has to say for himself first. Do you mind giving me a moment, everyone? Private matter requires my attention.
Hey, Gene!
Look, the private matter. Campfire Paimon, perfect timing. Kaya has a favor to ask. Like Jean said after the verdict, we have time to submit an appeal. I'll do my utmost to convince Albedo to accept. He's been acting strange. I can't read him for the life of me, but I need the two of you to start investigating the case. Where are we going? Yes, it's about time you got involved. You want us to join the joint investigation? We're just adventurers, you know. As well as honorary knights of the Knights of Favonius, Albedo's friends, Kaya and I have already had an official involvement in this case. We need a pair of fresh eyes. I know it's against the spirit of the season to task you with this, but Albedo is a trusted. But Albedo is a trusted member of our ranks. We owe him the benefit of the doubt. Then I'll do this on my own. I know you will get to the bottom of this traveler. You never failed us in our time of need.
But what if the accusations turn out to be true?
Then you will have done Mondstadt a great service all the same. I'm expecting a retrial. Until then, you're welcome to have a look around Albedo's office on the second floor. I'm counting on you. Open the door. We have never been able to access the second floor before. Can we go upstairs? Nope. Can't go to the third floor.
Wait, Captain Kaya! Surely I can't just...
These two are here on Jean's orders. She asked them to investigate Albedo's office.
Oh, in that case, head on in.
While you're at, don't be a bastard. Kaya,
so this is
stand
Albedo's
outside.
office. Pretty much exactly how Paimon pictured it.
Alright, I have some work of my own, so I leave you to it. Good luck, you two.
Right back at ya. let's see what we can find.
Lockbox is on the desk. A latch bears signs of wear, suggesting the importance of whatever lies within. A box literally remains locked most of the time. The lid remains wide open as the owner was forced to leave in a hurry and didn't have time to lock it. Perhaps the letter intercepted by the investigators or what stored here. The remaining contents shouldn't hold much weight as conclusive evidence, but you still get a strange feeling about reviewing them. In elegant penmanship, the letter reads, "In addition, I do happen to have some information on the subject of our last discussion. The materials in arcane formation require for human transmutation. Their formation is in these records likely originate from the Conrian art of Kamaya, but relevant documentation has not been well maintained over time, so I cannot guarantee there are no errors or omissions. Thanks to your past assistance, I've enclosed the records with this letter. That does not mean I support your pursuit of this research. Ethics aside, I'm not convinced that it's even possible to create a human whose existence is identical to your own." Sounds weird. Like a clone or something like that. The idea of dynamic of creator and creation could exist with the same species. Excuse me. Cause for concern. Even with a talent like yours, we must urge you to proceed with caution. Signature belongs to an unfamiliar name, one that appears on an alchemy book nearby. Skim the preface and learn that the author is an old and accomplished alchemist. The person is likely a friend from Albedo's academic circle, someone who owed Albedo a favor, but also urged him to refrain from conducting dangerous research.
Human transmutation? Is Albedo seriously looking into that? Ooh, Paimon doesn't want to think about that.
Doesn't look good, but this letter can't directly prove that Albedo did anything. Besides, a technique like that must be too dangerous to share with the public, right? That's why it wasn't brought up during the trial. I'm a littered book. There's a stack of books on the desk, mostly relating to alchemy. How's it going, Mad? Environmental science and life science. Whoa! Some of the pages have been marked with alchemical symbols, and others have S-shaped or triangular symbols drawn on them. The potential meaning is unclear.
Wow, these books are so fancy. Albedo must have gone to great lengths to get them.
Wonder if we got them from Sumeru. So I'd look this way, but there's nothing here. Testy tubes. There's a test tube on the shelf with some black powder residue at the bottom. Next to it lies a neatly written note. Chalk is the next stage after soil, but the current available materials are still insufficient to construct a stable structure.
Nope, no idea what that means. Not sure if it's too hard for Paimon or too hard for anyone outside this line of work.
He's attempting to do transmutation. Research and notes. They resemble the ones you've seen before, but the contents are a little different. As always, the penmanship is impeccable, careful, and neat with a certain elegance and uniformity, much like the man himself. One of the notes reads, "Putrefaction should be regarded as a counter simulation to the process of life, like a highly efficient and destructive spell of rot. Upon use, the target will decay within an extremely short period of time, turning into dust that is nearly invisible to the naked eye before dissipating into the air." Wait. Regarded counter simulation to the process of life, higher efficiency and destructive spell. Yeah, but that wouldn't mean that you would know how to understand how to do putrefaction. What's left at the desk?
Alright, let's see what we can find.
Oh, underneath the book. Moving the book, the desk looks almost empty. Your hand slipped while moving the book, causing a hardcover book to strike the desk. The resulting noise is a bit unusual. It's subtle, but an experienced adventurer, it sounds too hollow. It's like there's a compartment within the desk. Like a drawer?
Wait, it looks like there's a hidden compartment under the desk.
There does appear to be a compartment added to one side of the desk. It was very well hidden. The lock mechanism is complex and seems to involve elemental power in some way. Perhaps you should try using the power of Geo. We're not on our Geo element right now. The compartment opens. Inside lies a piece of paper with more information. Festering is also a manifestation of rot. When festering forces and a sufficient amount of life energy collide, the two will repel each other, triggering a powerful side effect. When I tested this in an alchemical experiment, the results of refinement were startling. Breaking through the shackles of life, the simulation of project, I must take advantage of this opportunity.
The name of the project is blotted out in ink. What could it be?
The note mentions festering forces, which would suggest the dragon spine could be involved somehow. This has something to do with the creating synthetic life. Did Albedo go that far for one of his experience? No, it can't be. Amid the notes is a map with a few markings on it. Two of the marked locations correspond with the crime scene. Third appears to be in Dragon's Spine. I think I know where that is. It's a hard pill to swallow, but the results of the joint investigation are correct. There could be a body hidden at that last location, at the very least, what remains of one.
Huh. What does this mean? Oh, do you think something might also be buried at the last location? Alright, that seems to be it for this place. We should go tell Jean what we found.
Nothing. Do-do-do-do-do-go. Venti, what do you want?
Venti's calling! Let's answer!
It's not Venti. How's the investigating going? Find anything? What is Venti?
Oh, we found stuff, alright. Stuff that only makes Albedo look even more suspicious.
I see. So Albedo's researching something that doesn't help his case, huh? Not promising. We should be grateful Albedo's true identity remains hidden. Gets out that he's one of Rendotir's creations. There'd be no separating him from her past. As we both know, Rendotir approached to alchemy and ethics was pure madness, and this evidence you just found, let's just say it could convince even those closest to him that his guilt. Perhaps even you. Yeah, couldn't fake it, man. It comes down to trust. Do you trust Albedo? You know what I want
Yeah, he's our friend. We should keep the faith.
to. That's not what I just said, Paimon.
And if he really is the culprit, he must have had a reason, right? Maybe he's just not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, that must be it.
Either way, a fair investigation means coming to a conclusion presented by the facts. Does that mean Venti no longer believes in it? Remaining objective has its own value. Remember, none of this is your fault. Just report back with an honest assessment of the facts.
Yeah. Well, let's go find Jean and tell her what we learned. Wait, that's Miles. What's he doing here?
Oh, sorry. I heard voices and wasn't sure if I should check who was inside.
It's okay. We're here on Jean's orders.
Ah, I see. I'll, leave you to it then.
Hold on. You didn't hear what we were saying, did you?
Oh, not really. Nothing that made sense anyway.
Well, do us a favor and just forget anything you might have heard, okay?
Oh, Sure. You got it.
That map we found in the hidden compartment seems important. We should check out the marked locations.
Do I have a teleport there? Nope. Let's say I'm sure I've been there. Biscuit, all of Snarstach. Snarstach? Wait, this is not Starsnatch. This is the, This is Dragon's. I know all the Dragon's mine too. Oh no, that's just Starstone.
We should be getting close. Oh, look over there!
Careful, Sam on the ground. Though everything is covered in snow, seasoned adventurer knows to spot on the ground, which is quite different from its surroundings. You remove this stone and find a sizable hole underneath, large enough to fit a human's body. The hole is completely empty, but the surrounding markings make it look like something was dug up. An animal do this? Or a monster?
Weird. There's a hole, but no body. The prosecution's argument is that Albedo used alchemy to destroy the bodies, but this location is different from the other two. Why not fill the hole, or smooth out the ground like the other places?
Because nobody will find it up here because no one's stupid enough to go here. One person did all this. Why not remove the traces like the others? If Albedo isn't the one responsible, what's this location marked in his notes? You need to talk to Albedo. You're back. Did you find anything?
Yeah, but none of it helps Albedo's case.
I see. Complicated result, but your efforts are appreciated. Did Albedo submit an appeal? He asked for a retrial. There's still questions surrounding the identity of the victims and the disappearance of the bodies. The minimal remains that were uncovered have been sent for forensic analysis, which provides some answers. It's just...
What's wrong?
The victims turned out to be Mondstadt citizens. The situation becomes all more serious. The second trial will likely have to be open to the public. I doubt public sentiments will be in Albedo's favor.
Yeah, not when the charges are so serious.
The second trial is set to take place in 2 days. I hope you consider attending this one as well.
Of course, we'll be there. In the meantime, we should all just stay positive.
Well said. When the time comes, I'll carry out my duty to the best of my ability. Why is Miles peeking in the door? Paimon sus power. Take us 2 days into the future. It's driving me nuts. I'm supposed to get my chicken.
We should meet up with Jean. It's about time for the second trial.
Hold on, Paimon, we got chicken. Oh look, get upgrade materials. Weapons. Where are we supposed to go? Ah, you two. Let me know if you're ready and we'll head out. We're ready. Alright. Follow me! Ladies and gentlemen, we now convene for the second trial of Mr. Albedo. I, Jean Gunhilder, will once again oversee the proceedings. Representatives on both sides remain unchanged. Mr. Dahlia will continue to serve as assessor. Miss Hertha presents the prosecution. Miss Kaya speaks on behalf of the defense. The defendant in this case is Mr. Albedo, captain of the investigation team. With that, I now bring this trial to order. Miss Hertha, have the investigators made any new discoveries?
Yes. We sent the teeth and the femur bone found at the scene to the church's medical office, and were able to conclude that these are, in fact, human remains. In addition, the investigators were able to identify several Mondstadt citizens who appear to have been missing for quite some time. Forensic analysis of the remains allowed us to pinpoint the age and gender of the deceased. Interestingly, one of the missing individuals matches that profile to a T. The medical office couldn't spare the personnel, so Miss Rosaria is here to present the results to the court.
Handsome man, male, 46 years old, marital status, single, occupation, hunter. Consistent with the conclusion of the last trial, his disappearance went unreported, likely due to his lack of relatives. In addition, medical records show that he sustained a mechanical-related injury to his leg 3 years ago. Damage on the femur bone Mr. DeLuc found is consistent with such an injury. Therefore, we conclude that one of the victims in the case is Hansen. A specialized technique was likely used to accelerate the rate of decomposition.
Is it reasonable to assume this technique to be alchemical in nature?
Alchemical or magical? Both are possible.
Thank you for your testimony.
The identity of one of the victims is now confirmed. But what about the defendant's motive?
Considering what he wrote in the letter, we can deduce that the defendant needed subjects for an alchemy experiment. Who better than individuals whose disappearance would go unnoticed?
You call him a serial killer?
In other words, he sacrificed the good people of Mondstadt for his own gain. A truly vile act. In addition, another witness has agreed to testify. Miss Donna, if you would.
Another one, huh?
Wait, Donna from the flower shop?
I'm sorry it took so long for me to come forward. But the night Master DeLuc saw Mr. Albedo, I was there too.
What were you doing?
I was camping with a friend and we decided to stop near Dragonspine. I couldn't really get comfortable that night, so around dawn, I decided to go for a walk. And that's when I saw Master DeLuc. I thought it might be nice to, chat. So I headed in his direction and then I saw it. Someone at the bottom of the cliff was getting rid of a body. I was terrified the person might see me. Even after I fled, I couldn't shake that fear. and I started to wish I never had a crush on Master Diluc in the first place. If I hadn't wanted to talk to him, I would never have been in that situation. Well, I didn't want to come forward because I was scared. But Miss Hertha convinced me it was the right thing to do. I'm sorry it took me so long.
You know, for some reason, all these seem to be around Hertha, and she seems to be more sus than Albedo. I see. Just stepping forward is brave enough, Miss Donna. The court thanks you for your courage and commitment to justice.
Yes. Thank you.
The two witnesses corroborate the same sequence of events. That just
Although,
leaves the
you know,
question of how the
Diluc
defendant
wouldn't
disposed of the bodies.
go into that.
I believe the answer lies in the alchemical technique mentioned in the letter. The defendant is the most accomplished alchemist in Mondstadt. He has the skill, no question.
Special investigator has also uncovered some relevant evidence on the subject, now presented to the court.
Wait, does she mean...
Yes, you. The evidence we found in Albedo's office. Following pieces of evidence were covered in Master Albedo's office, the most important of which is this map. There has to be something about the 3 locations. This map was found in the defendant's notes. The markings correspond with description of the letters and locations of the crime scenes. Does this map belong to you? Yes. Were you the one who marked these locations? Yes. You do realize this is basically an admission of guilt, don't you? The evidence against you is nearly insurmountable. Oh. Since you uncovered that compartment, I might as well expound on the matter.
We have witnesses and physical evidence. What could you possibly say in your defense?
What I always have. I never killed a single person.
Ugh, you have some nerve. Saying that when the evidence is stacked against you?
Can we get rid of her? Can we just like... right in the middle of the trial? Miss Hertha, you presented a meticulous and convincing case. I'll give you that. But I will not admit to something I didn't do.
So, what? You're just going to bombard the court with excuses?
Are you going to shut up? That's a rather dismissive way to refer to an innocent man speaking on his own defense. Besides, I'm not making any excuses. I'm exercising patience.
That won't make the charges against you disappear, Mr. Albedo.
Perhaps not, but patience comes with its own reward. It's easy for things to remain buried in snow until someone comes along and brushes it away. Albedo seemed serious but unfazed. That means he really didn't do anything untoward. You mentioned brushing out the snow. Is that supposed to be a hint? It was a hint, then it must be something to do with Dragonspine. Which reminds me, one of the locations marked on the map in Dragonspine, wasn't it? Cassfire, you were the one who uncovered the notes, right? And I'm assuming you visited the 3rd location marked on the map as well. Duh! Can you tell us what you found? We found a hole. Whatever was kept in the hole in the surrounding areas bore the mark. Unknown creature. Everything covered in snow no one knows is covered in the first place.
There must also have been a body.
What clues am I missing? We only know about it because we found the map in the compartment. It's an investigation bag. Well, beneath the snow, big enough for a human. There are also claw marks around the outside. There's no body remains whatsoever. Mindset. Beatrice said, in the hole and burying a body there. Single man shooting a torn piece of fiber, found a body taken together. This evidence seems to say someone. Okay. I don't know, maybe she could. People have done worse. Makes sense. Difference between the marked locations. There are some similarities between them based on what we know. Location is similar. Those dug in each area seem big enough. Unlike the first two locations, there are claw marks around the hole in the third location. Creature dug out the body. Falls through. That doesn't mean it's connected to separate incidents. Running around. His remains of even more mysterious terrain. Although the dragon had been dead for a long time, it's particular about there's a lot of strange things happen on Dragon's Spine. Can I cast an investigation team when the truth is the Critis Prince being created by one of the 5 sinners called Rindatir. Well, it means Rindatir is from Conria. The one letter did say that it is Conrian knowledge. Albedo is sufficient and intelligent, treats everyone with kindness. I think most people assess me how calculated things say about commit crimes like people concealed. Yeah, once encountering someone on dragons. Weren't the only ones. Someone who looks exactly like him. I'm guessing Albedo has a plan, so I should help him out. What do you want me to do? Announce breaking the place? No, I should play it safe. Since I made the honest assessment of the facts, I should be honest about my doubts too. It's only fair. So understand what Albedo was trying to tell me just now. I'd like to address the court. If I may, I was the one who investigated the office, and I believe the results raise a few questions. Regarding the 2 cases addressed in the previous trial, it's established that after disposal of the body, the defendant used alchemy to restore the ground to its original state. That was in the case of the 3rd location. The hole was still there, and the dirt scattered upon the perimeter. It looks more like something had been dug up. If this was all done by one person, why wasn't the 3rd scene given the same treatment as the others? Why weren't the traces removed? In addition, the markings around the 3rd location weren't fresh, which suggests that the Dragon Spine incident happened at a different time. For those reasons, I still believe there's reasonable doubt in this case. I hope the verdict reflects that. Thank you. Astute as ever, Campfire.
Questions there may be, but allow me to point out, there is no evidence to suggest that anyone besides the defendant knew about the 3rd location. And the map was found in his notes. That fact alone makes him the most plausible suspect. Unless Mr. Albedo suddenly plans to deny that the map belongs to him.
I mean, respond to Chaosfire's point. Be the Traveler's point. If all I cared about was proving my innocence, I would indeed do as you described, Miss Hertha, and deny any connection to that map. That is not what I intend to do. The map does belong to me. I did hide things at those 3 locations.
What?
There were indeed bodies at each location. I did kill and bury someone on Dragon's Spine. What?
Ha! So you admit it. Let the record reflect that the defendant has confessed to his crimes.
You're mistaken, Miss Hertha. The story doesn't end there. Some time ago, I encountered an uninvited guest on Dragonspine. Someone who wanted to take advantage of the deserted nature of the region to eliminate me in secret. His desire was to kill me, led to an altercation where I killed him instead. Buried the body on the mountain, the 3rd location marked on the map.
Actually, the traveler Amber Bennett and I were with Albedo that day. The Adventurers Guild was holding an event on Dragonspine. After it ended, we all left the area. If the person Albedo is referring to is different from the one we encountered on the mountain, then the altercation must have occurred after we left.
This only proves that the defendant is guilty on all counts. Those innocent people, their blood is on your hands.
No, you're wrong.
You deny it? After admitting to murder for the whole court to hear? You've clearly lost your
He
mind.
didn't admit to murder. He admitted to self-defense. If you would let me finish, Miss Eartha, I could get to the important parts. The man who attacked me on Dragon's Spine was my height with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in clothes nearly identical to mine. So, someone who happens to look exactly like you? Exactly like him. So he's right. It does come back to what happened back then.
It's one thing to look similar, but for the clothes to be the same?
What's going on? I don't want to be here anymore.
Regardless, the important thing is that you admit to killing someone on Dragonspine.
No, he defended himself. Yes, I killed someone that day. Someone who looked nearly identical to me. But I never said that someone was a person. I see. Then it appears I need to withdraw my testimony.
What?
Everyone! I brought her!
Wait, you...
The person who just came in, isn't that Hertha?
What's going
Who
on?
are you? Why do you wear my face? Hello to you too.
As you can see, this is Hertha, logistics captain of the Knights of Favonius.
I see what's going on here. It's all been leading up to this, hasn't it? Your confession. It was all an elaborate stunt to set me up. You want to undermine my credibility? Fine. It doesn't eliminate the mountain of evidence stacked against you. All I want is justice for the people of Mondstadt.
Order in the court. I've been stationed on Dragonspine all these years because that is where the subject of my research lies. The dragon. Durin. Several hundred years ago, the dragon of the east, Dvalin, defeated Durin in battle, and with the help of Barbados, sealed his remains on Dragonspine. Durin was created through alchemy, one of the finest specimens of artificial life. As such, death was not a true end for him. His heart still beats and grows more revitalized by the day. My impostor on Dragonspine was a failed specimen abandoned in Durin's stomach. Unsuccessful iteration on the Homunculus project.
Homunculus?
Are you trying to insinuate that I'm some kind of... homunculus? Because it looks to me like the artificial one is standing right there. Some kind of imposter you dragged in from Dragonspine. So this is what I look like when I fly off the handle. You know, they say imitation is the best form of flattery, but your impersonation has overstayed its welcome. Master Jean, what are you waiting for? We've known each other for so long. You recognize the real me, don't you?
The two of you look identical, but judging based on demeanor, the new arrival actually seems more like the Hertha I know.
That means nothing. By that logic, I could just as easily accuse the albedo in this room of being an imposter. How do we know he isn't the fake one? A cold-blooded killer who replaced the real albedo long ago. Then, how about something only the real Hertha would know? The longest scar on my body. The knights who fought alongside me that day should remember where it is.
I remember. Let's hear your answer.
I'd like to hear Miles' answer first.
Huh?
You don't know? Or you don't remember? I heard you've been acting strange these days. Disoriented? Confused? You were closer to me than anyone during that battle. And yet you don't remember a thing. Strange indeed.
No, my head. It hurts.
The scar is right here.
Why the nerves? Can't imagine this comes as a surprise. Unless your informant in the Knights of Favonius failed to mention the scar on Hertha's left arm.
Albedo has done a lot of research into beings like you. If you deny it, then show us your arm.
No need to panic. You can just add it now. You excel at changing your appearance, don't you? Or, I should say, all Spawnadurans life force have that ability. A powerful life force and appearance you can change at will. Yet here you stand, formless, one paralyzed act, because you're worried about that using that power could affect your accomplices. Accomplices? Then Miles must be one of them? There are others too. Most of the beings under the influence of Durin's life force have gathered here, yet their presence is what impedes her from taking action. Once you attempt to transform, all who surround you will be affected by your power. You can't control it, because in this network of living beings, you serve as the core.
Show us your arm. Ugh! Have it your way!
Whoa!
Come on, let's go!
Hey, they're shielding the imposter!
She's trying to get away. Stop her. Don't let anyone stand in your way.
There are others trying to get in. Must be more people under her control.
Time to get moving, everyone.
Whoa! She just leaped across the room!
After her!
I sent a few Archons after her. They're pretty good at this. It's time. All units move out. Third company. Keep on the imposter's tail. Finally have a chance to talk. Before I explain the events of the past few days, I'd like to make a few things clear. First, I never killed any of my fellow citizens, and I never used human remains as part of an alchemical experiment. Second, the events of the past few days were part of a plan. Most of the members of our order were in on it. As for the witnesses, Master Diluc picked up on the situation long before today's proceedings. Yeah, pretty good job. Thank you. Follow me. Where are we going, Albedo? Uh-oh, there's slimes. And hilly churls.
What? How are there monsters in the city?
They are all monsters from Dragonspine. An attack is imminent, but fear not. We've been preparing for this. We've been monitoring the resurgence of Durin's life force. Its festering nature agitated these monsters. We knew it was only a matter of time before they advanced on Mondstadt. And so we made preparations for an inevitable battle. I was hoping the two of you could join me and provide assistance in the battle to come.
Of course. Where's our first stop?
Paimon, you don't fight. Just stay put. Top of the city wall. Hey, it's Venti. Was he in on this too?
Hey, Venti!
Shoot, someone's coming. Help me, please. Someone help me.
What's with the freak out? It's just us.
Ah, perfect. I can drop the axe. Sorry. Thought you were regular citizens. It's about time. I think we can proceed as planned. I agree. Though it's been a while since I dealt with something this big, it's going to be pretty exhausting. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a drink for your trouble. Just what I wanted to hear.
So, these two know the other's identity then?
You make new friends when you're not here, you know. Monsters started surging from Dragonspine during the trial. They soon become agitated, like in response to the core coming under pressure. So I never expected those monsters to have become this advanced. The power of evolution can't be underestimated, especially considering the fact that Durin absorbed it, the previous imposter.
Wait, so what about the map? And the missing bodies?
What the witnesses saw was truth. I did hide those bodies. As I monitored the situation on Dragonspine, I noticed that the many who ventured there came back different. Some were under the influence of Durin's power, but the less fortunate ones had already been devoured by the monsters. They then assumed their appearance to infiltrate the city. Most of those who were replaced had no close relatives, so when their behavior changed, there's no one to notice. The monsters used their disguises to get close to people. Eliminated two who attempted to attack.
What about the remains Diluc found? Did they belong to one of the victims?
Yes, the monsters slowly digested their victims. Sometimes they even left behind body parts to aid the transformation. One of the remains of the first victim was a few strands of hair, the second, some teeth and bone. The only bodies Albedo destroyed were the monster's mimic forms. Then he buried whatever remains of the victims to put them to rest. Well, someone had to do it. Besides, I managed to gather some valuable data on the putrefaction of the bodies. After we defeated the doppelganger of Whopperflower and Dragonspine, we promised to tell each other's story, remember? I'm glad. And you remember what I told you about Subject 2. In his pursuit to replace Subject 1, he transformed a Whopperflower into Subject 3. So... what? Yes, that would be Subject 2. I confronted him and buried his body on Dragonspine. So you see, at one point there was something hidden in the hole you found. But Durin became more revitalized by the day. So the influence of his power, the monsters dug up the Subject 2's body, returned it to Durin's stomach. Durin absorbed the failed creation along with his knowledge of thinking. Ever since then, all the creatures spawned from his power. The ability to transform their appearance. Humans who venture into Dragonspine for too long are often bound to fall under Durin's influence. But those effects don't show themselves right away, and the extent to which a person has been affected is hard to perceive. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? All the people acting strange? Those are the same people who just tried to break into the Knights of Favonia's headquarters. Durin's powers remained dormant in them until finally it surged to the surface and seized control. That was our goal. If we could force a situation where the imposter had no choice but to unleash that power, all those under its influence would become violent, and thus we would know who were affected.
Wait, so what do? We can't go around hurting innocent people.
That's why I'm here. It would make me look bad if I just lazed around after promising to help. We will use the power of animal to restrain them for now. That should give the knights the chance to subdue them without harm. A specialized team will deal with them later. Alright, that's long and short of the situation. Time to activate that thing, right? So if there's little secrets our people should know, my identity, for example, keep it to yourself, okay? Alright, this should do it.
Wind currents? Paimon's never seen this many.
There should now be wind currents across the whole city. Everyone, can you hear me now? Loud and clear. All units, what's your status?
All good. We have enough manpower to provide support.
Where'd they get radios from?
Requesting assistance at the side gate. Heading over now.
Whoa! It's long-distance wind communication! How is that even possible?
It's all thanks to Lord Barbados. With this blessing, we will succeed in defending our city. Actually, if you face away from the current and whisper like this, no one can hear you.
No wonder you're crouching down there like you have something to hide.
You didn't have to broadcast that.
Huh? That voice. Venti? Is that you?
Oops.
Paimon, you idiot. Oh, you know, just wandering bard calling for help. Thank goodness Chaosfire, Paimon, and Albedo found me. Got me out of a tough spot. Alright, now that you're okay, we should check on the status of the other areas. Thanks, Red. May the animal Archon protect you. Why don't you just knock? I've got things covered here. You're in front of a door, Hilly Churl. Just knock. Hey, where'd the alchemy table go? I don't like being in the middle like this, especially on a bridge. Oh, look who it is. Ah, get back. That's a close one. I suppose thanks to our orders, Master Diluc. I appreciate the help. No need. I didn't intervene to save you. It's my own convenience. You were in my way. Well, let me get out of your hair then. I suppose we could work together, but just melt my ice anyway. Suit yourself. That's called a melt team, you ninnies? Dinnies? Alright, tell me. When did you notice something was off? First trial. All because of fake Hertha? No, because of you. Me, what did I do? My defense wasn't passionate enough? No, you weren't nervous enough. Tell me that, Master D-Luke. When do you think I actually got nervous? Suppose we will see, won't we? Monsters incoming. On second thought, best not to think about it. Well, the odd thing is the two brothers. One's ice and one's fire.
Oh, so sorry. Dodge this.
Look, we can listen to Kaya again. And to Luke.
Freeze. Verdict is... This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it.
Definitely and set up stuff. Ah, let's go, big boy.
Oh, so sorry. Freeze. Verdict is... Dodge this. Don't get frostbite. Time for retribution.
They're over there! Dilu, Kaya!
They're fine. Yeah, it's time to get out here. I'm guessing the other areas are
What? We
secure.
can't be here because we care?
Maybe this was just the closest spot to the city gate. Maintaining control of the main road maintains main control over the battle as a whole. We made the right choice.
So what's the status over here?
We smacked them all in the next week. All under control, don't worry. My trusty civilian volunteer and I had this area covered. You think you mean the man who held the title of cavalry captain before you? We don't have to bring that up. Yeah, keep up the good work. We'll go check on the status of the other locations. Good luck. Oh, and I want to thank you for what you said in court. If I'm mistaken, you're on my side by the end. Ha, believe me, he had his suspicions since the first trial. I suppose it just didn't feel right to believe that someone who helped me in the past could be a cold-blooded killer.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Thank you for trusting me and for choosing to fight alongside us. As for Kaya, good work as always. Yeah, we'll see you around, dude. Of course, stay safe. Oh dear. Who's Fischl gonna help? Look, Barbara and Rosario. Close to the Knights, injured Knights of Bodies. She's Barbara. Oh, really?
Let the show begin.
Oh, you could make this faster.
Let's dance.
All right, you should be on the mend.
Thank you so much, Miss Barbara. Things are still quite chaotic outside. It's best if you all remain inside the cathedral for now.
You're not rushing back to the front lines, are you? You're still injured.
Don't worry, Miss Barbara. I'll try not to put myself in harm's way. I can help with the logistics from the back.
Well, maybe we can give you a hand. As you said, the situation outside is chaotic. Injured parties should not be left unattended. There are others here who need to get back to the front line, so I'll escort you all
Of
myself.
course. Thank you, Miss Rosaria.
Just doing my job. I'll leave the cathedral to you then, Barbara. You can count on me. Go, Barbara, go. Can't I don't really know how all of this started. But I do know that Jean and the others have been preparing for this for a really long time, so I think everything will be alright. No, it has to be. Did I catch you at a bad time, Barbara? Oh, not at all. Did you need something? Just wanted to tell you that over the next few days, a lot of things are going to happen in Mondstadt. Attacks and fighting, so you need to take care of yourself. Huh? How do you know? Albedo warned us in advance. There's something to do with the Dragon Spider. He's our authority in that region. So we should be taking him at his word. Dragon Spider, huh? So the city is going to be in danger. Yes, but the Knights of Favonius will do whatever we can to protect the people. But then who will protect you? Don't worry, I can look out for myself. I promise. Please let them be okay out there. Sister Barbara, could you lend me a hand? Of course, coming! We got Mona and Jean. Bennett, what are you gonna do? Give him some band-aids? Okay, Amber's being useless as always. They're here. Prepare for battle. On guard, everyone. Incoming monsters at 11 o'clock. Looks like we've got 25 hilly trolls, 2 blazing axe metacurls, and a bunch of different slimes. Prepare elemental countermeasures. Roger that. Wait. And Luke are the elemental countermeasures. What's useless doing?
Hey! Go, Baron Bunny!
Oh my gosh. How annoying.
That's cheating!
Yeah, totally. I didn't even see you. Oh good, there's someone else in this part.
Final warning.
Oh, that's right. Mika had Mika was up there. Dude's got a Badlands.
No escape!
Precision strike.
All units are now in position.
Hertha! Oh, jeez, your voice scared me just now.
What? Still caught up in the imposter incident? I thought you knew about the plan.
Well, after you up and disappeared one day, all Master Jean told me was that you'd be gone for a while on an important mission, and that it'd be better if people thought you were dead. And then, what do you know? Someone who looks exactly like you appears out of nowhere 2 days later. If Master Jean hadn't told me about your mission, I would have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
You suck at life. Yeah, that's quite a scary thought. I get chills thinking about it. Monster replacing someone close to you, and you're none the wiser. Don't worry, once this is over, these monsters won't be a threat to us again. Albedo, are you alright? The trial wasn't too hard on you, was it? I'm sorry, I couldn't be there. I was so worried. Same here, I thought it was all real at one point. I was in complete shock. So you didn't know, Amber. Then it seems Eula did an excellent job at keeping the situation under wraps. And no need to worry, you two. I'm no worse for wear. Sounds like Eula, alright. She's an impenetrable wall, that one. You're not getting a secret out of her.
Yeah, for sure. She's someone you can really count on.
Wait, So, how did you decide Hertha should disappear again? After all this fighting, I can't seem to get it straight.
It was Kaya's suggestion. He said the plan would work best with someone well known and reputable without being too high profile. Naturally, Miss Hertha was the perfect choice. We needed to leave a hole in our organization, so they came up with the idea she would disappear. So that explains the rumor that someone had fallen during a mission. Of course, it didn't take long for that to get resolved. No, because the imposter fell right into our trap. It was all part of the plan. First, we spread the rumor that Hertha was missing in action in some kind of incident. The news came from Kaya and Hertha's direct subordinates, which was important because we needed it to be credible. The imposter saw the gap in our ranks and couldn't help but take the bait. It didn't take too long for the fake Hertha to appear at the Knight's patrol route, claiming to have survived her mission.
When did that happen?
Over 6 months ago.
Whoa, so this has been a long time in the making.
Well, we've been busy in that land, Paimon. Yes, and our enemy was more meticulous than we expected. Monsters have been searching for Hertha's body in order to protect the imposter's identity, which is a more advanced way of thinking than subject to. So we had to wait long enough to convince the fake Hertha that she had our trust. Furthermore, we need to give her time and evidence against me, convince herself she had enough to strike.
But how did the Knight's internal information even reach Durin and his monster?
There's an informant among our ranks.
Don't worry, Barbados already tracked her down. She doesn't have his blessings, so she can't hear what we're talking about right now.
Honestly, this whole situation almost gave Paimon a heart attack. All those awful accusations in the first trial, and you couldn't even defend yourself!
Was to be expected. I couldn't just reveal the truth. It had to be at the right moment, or it would have given the imposter even more fuel against me. She would have demanded to know how I knew about Dragonspine, the monster's disguise. When my true identity had gotten out, the public's trust in me would be gone. It's a trap, you see, arguing back and exposes my origins. Or keep my mouth shut and be seen as murder. Credit where credit is due. It was well thought out.
Yeah, thank goodness we were able to back her into a corner.
Indeed, and I have you to thank for that, Caspar. You probably don't know it, but you've been a part of this plan since the beginning. We've been stuck in that then, dude. Why couldn't you have told me? For that, you have my sincere apologies. I knew I'd keep you in the dark, but I had a reason. It might sound intuitive, but I did it to make the plan even stronger. From the beginning, I knew I had to leave the letters in my office for a fair and independent reader to discover. Someone willing to seek the truth. Naturally, I thought of you. I knew you would return to Wimbledon. I knew you would agree to attend the trial. And I knew your sense of responsibility and justice as honorary knight compel you to start your own investigation. Fake Hertha, subject 2, has met you on Dragonspine before. She thought even you had lost faith in me. Her confidence might get the best of her and the perfect time for us to strike. It is right. You were part of our plan from the start. Hope you don't take offense at our decision to keep that from you. Please don't be too hard on Albedo. He was just doing his best to look out for Mondstadt. Enough people are involved in the plan as it was. We had no other choice. The honorary knight and Paimon will always be friends. Oh, Mondstadt. Ooh. We'll all be friends of Mondstadt. We'll never forget that.
Aw, that means a lot.
Yeah, thanks. It is us who should be thanking you, honorary knight.
Wait, was that you just now? Let's go to the side gate to check it out.
Ali and Sucrose there. Look, it's a Razor and Lisa.
It's you.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You've been a naughty...
I think I'm on Pyro right now.
ancient power.
Phew, it's been a while since I unleashed my lightning during Wind Bloom.
It happened a lot before?
Unleashing lightning on people. No. Once in a while, maybe, but sure feels good to let loose, though. Ah, my old professor even wrote to me a few days ago, of course. I make sure to emphasize that I always treat others with kindness. It's only natural for a student to inherit their teacher's way, after all. Mine was a gentle old man from Spotamod School. I hate the freaking names of the freaking Sumeru crap. So you see, this time I only use gentle methods of electrocution. Only gentle methods of electrocution. So gentle, even Jean would have no reason to intervene.
Huh. Gentle electrocution.
You seem to be in good spirits, Miss Lisa. Oh well, it's good to move around about every once in a while. What's going on on the ground here? Well, there's no need to ask who needs help over here.
It's all my fault. I knew Klee was fast, but disappearing like this? I only lost sight of her for 1 second. How am I going to explain this to Albedo?
Explain what?
He's missing.
Albedo, Traveler, Paimon. What brings you here?
We're providing mobile support across the region. There's something you need to explain? You can tell me anything to help you know that.
Plus, we kinda already heard what you said, so...
Yeah, where's Klee?
Klee, she disappeared right under my nose. I'm sorry.
I see. Please don't beat yourself. Klee is.
Wait! Something's coming this way, and it doesn't look pretty!
It's Klee. Alright, fighting first, conversation later.
She was right next to me, and the next thing I knew, she ran off somewhere. I swear I only lost sight of her for a second. Beg for mercy.
Live! Damn miscalculation!
Oh, there you are, Klee. We need your help.
Witness my great undertaking!
Those bombs. I see what you mean. She was not to be underestimated. Freeze to the core! Shudder!
We won! Good work, Klee. I'm counting on you to protect Eula next time, too.
Albedo, you can't be serious.
No problem. Just leave it to Klee. Are you going on patrol, Mr. Albedo? Klee heard you were camping for a few days. These monsters followed you back home.
Camping. Ah, right. The truth isn't suitable for little ears.
That's right, so I need to report back to Master Jean to settle my expenses. If you have some time, I'm sure Eula will be grateful if you escort her back to headquarters as well.
Of course. I place myself in your capable hands, Spark Knight.
It'd be an honor. Klee will do her best.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
What's Jean doing down here now? That should be it for now. Good work, everyone. How did we fare, injury-wise? Good, our preparations paid off. Injuries were few and far between. A full record here. Wonderful. We'll review it in a bit.
We're back!
Amber?
Everyone all right? Yep, right as rain. We're back. We kept Miss Eula safe the whole way. It's amazing, Klee. Eula was lucky to have you. Looks like we're still missing a few. Reporting back, Master Jean. Mission complete. They have you back safe and sound. Great work, everyone. This operation could not have happened without you all. Your leadership is what made it possible, Master Jean. It's been a busy few days. You should take a well-deserved break. I will, but you deserve one most of all. My work isn't finished, I'm afraid. I still have a few loose ends to tie up. Loose ends? Yes, of course. We can talk about it back at headquarters. Traveler and Paimon should be there too. Alright, everyone who's finished their work should head back to the quarters or to church to get some rest. Want to come with us, Klee? We can drink some tea and eat some freshly baked moon pies. Yes, yes! Hi, everyone! Venti, thank you for everything. I know that there were difficult moments along the way. Well, wait, does this mean you saw me running for my life? Ugh. I don't know. Oh well. Wait, does that mean you saw me running for my life? No apologies. Just forget I said anything. Just kidding, but you're right. It was tough out there. I almost lost my hat to the wind several times. Any notable information on the wind? Of course, I was outside the city wall for quite some time. Heard all sorts of things. As for something notable, well, I picked up an ancient voice in a child's anger. Durin has been isolated for centuries, but absorbing Subject 2's emotions allowed him to understand certain truths about this world. His existence, including the fact that he's no longer Mother's only child, or her most perfect creation. It's obvious he found the fact difficult to accept. The emotions he felt in response were quite genuine and, dare I say, human. Oh, excuse me. If I eliminate the perfect creation, that'll be the only child Mother needs. This mindset arose out of Durin's instinct to compete and survive, come to dominate all those around him. Of course, the absorption of Subject 2's knowledge allowed him to take a more intelligent approach, accusing me of murder. In the end, however, Durin still lacked social intelligence. The fact that his army got this far is a miracle.
Oh, no wonder Venti sensed a child's anger through the wind.
That same feeling. It's close. Miss Phonia, here to make your report?
Oh, nothing much to report, actually.
Is that so? During the battle, you were talking to your transfer from the 7th Company. You were in charge of making patrols and post-battle reconnaissance this time. How did everything
Good.
go?
No problems.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, why'd you come from that direction? And why are you alone? Do you think we were still meeting at the side gate? There was a change of plans? We sent the messenger over the wind the last few minutes to the battle. There are a lot of changes during the operation, but I imagine you missed all those as well, because you're under Dvalin's influence. You've been since your trip to Dragonspine, over 6 months ago. Don't move. Let's continue this discussion back at headquarters. Don't be scared. I'll figure a way to free you from his powers soon. I figured she was the monkey lie. Alright, the others are looking for Phonia. Please, tell me how you can help her. I can, as long as the rest of the operation goes well.
Wait, the operation isn't over. What do we do now?
What happens next is more of a personal project. I've consulted Venti about the possibility of calling a tripartite conference. Ah, yes, that's a relatively new tradition. Grandmaster Verka came up with the idea a few years ago. Still remember when he approached me about asking the lovely ladies of Hex and Zirkel for a small favor. Oh, yeah, that's the witches. The chumminess caught me off guard. I hadn't known any different. I'd have thought he was talking about his older sister or something.
Older sisters? Is Varka really young or something?
I don't think you could call him young, but he's not old either. He's the type to crack a joke at every opportunity, so whatever age that is. Indeed. Anyway, the tripartite conference is gathering the three parties, the Hexen Circle, the Anima Archon, the joint forces of the Knights in search of Favonius. Lord Barbados was able to facilitate. Why would you not think it was freaking venti if you have a picture of him on a stained glass window? Meeting between Varka and the Mitch. Varka has quite a way with words, so he's able to gain their favor and convince them to agree to a very important request. Namely, that in Monsan's greatest time of need, the mages will return and lend their aid to our nation. Now I have a request of my own. So I need the conference to convene once again, Venti, if you would. Of course, Traveler, please pass me the Doko communication device.
Huh? You're gonna use that thing to call them?
Just watch and learn. Okay, that should do it.
What's that ringing? Is it the wind or something?
Hold on. That's not the right voice.
Barbados?
Arca. Grandmaster. Oops. I put in the wrong number. Sorry, Varka, you're probably busy right now.
Considering I'm surrounded on both sides with a group on my tail looking to turn me into mincemeat, yeah, I'd say so.
Ah, yes. Well, have fun with that. We can talk some other time.
All right, pass along my regards. Oh, and I still owe you for those drinks, don't I? Just take it from my stash. I keep it in...
Go.
Hey! He was just about to tell us where to find his secret stash!
Don't tell me he hid it beneath the great tree of Wittenrice. Seems like a bit much. Go. But it. It's like freaking telegram.
Hello? Who is this?
Greetings, Miss Alice. It's Venti.
Venti? Nope, it doesn't ring a bell.
You really gonna teach me like this? Fine. It's Barbados.
Apologies, just a bit of fun. What can I do for you, dear Barbados?
Still remember the tripartite conference, right? Calling one on behalf of a friend. He's asking for a meeting.
Oh? And which brave soul is it this time?
It's me, Aunt Alice. Albedo, Captain of the Knights of Favonius Investigation Team, requests a formal meeting with the Hexen Circle.
And what is your wish, dear Albedo?
I want to accomplish something unprecedented.
How unprecedented. Something even your mother Rhine-daughter never accomplished?
In terms of technique, no. But in terms of location and materials, yes.
Okay, that makes no sense.
You've piqued my interest. I'll be right there.
Be right where? Here, as in this office?
Hello again, everyone.
Hello, Aunt Alice. I see you've turned yourself into a giant dokudo.
Darling, isn't it? It even has its own hat.
Wow. The attention to detail.
Pleasure to see you all again. It's been a while. On behalf of the Hexen Circle, I hereby grant Albedo's request. I'm guessing you still need to prepare? Take your time. Just come find me at the long table when you're ready.
Aw, that's nice of you.
I suppose it's just my nature, darling.
Thank you, Aunt Alice. Before we set out, there's someone you need to meet. Head to my office. He's waiting for you there. Ooh, we met like everybody.
wondered why Albedo always keeps his office closed? Paimon bets there's a secret snack stash hidden around here some.
No. Hey, it's Durin, buddy. Mini Durin, hey, not so loud.
Mini Durin? What are you doing here?
Actually, I'm kind of helping you guys in secret this whole time. I tried tapping Paimon on the shoulder during the battle, but you floated away too fast. You were there? Yeah, I've been in Mondstadt for a few days now. I've kept myself out of sight. I thought people might be scared of me.
Oh, don't worry. We aren't scared of you.
Except you just screamed, Paimon. Hit, thanks.
So, what brings you here? Oh, is it Windbloom? There are a ton of fun games this time of year.
I did sneak off to the festival for a bit, even though I couldn't play the games because of all the people. Still had lots of fun. That's not why I'm here. Albedo and I made a promise to accomplish something great together.
What do you mean?
I'm going to replace the Durin on Dragonspine. I'm going to be the one who is revived and brought into this world.
Wait, didn't that already happen? You left the storybook world, and now you're here.
Sorry, I couldn't be more specific. Albedo says he can use alchemy to turn me into a human.
What?
Human transmutation. So you're Albedo's subject. Yeah, he's been working on it for a long time.
And that's what you want, Mini Durin? To become human?
I don't know if want is the right word. I don't know if there's a right answer in a situation like this. But I do know this. I have just as much right to this name, and I don't want to lose to the other Durin. It's not just simply changing forms, you know. No, Albedo talked to me about that. He said Durin of Dragonspine is a lot more aggressive and primitive. Almost like a beast. But Mom created me in a storybook, and the pure parts of me can balance out the evil parts of him. If I'm honest, I don't know what that will look like, but I can still be me once I become one with the part of him. Maybe without a complete soul, there was never really a me to begin with. Albedo said these kinds of questions are normal. We're all trying to figure out who we are. But I'm not able to change, so I want my life to have meaning, so I suppress an evil dragon becoming human. Both sound pretty meaningful to me. Don't worry, no one's forcing me to make this choice.
Well, turning you into a human sounds like a huge project. No wonder Albedo wants to get the mage's approval.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to him. We're kind of in the same boat, you know. Albedo told me that he's Crydoprins, a synthetic human. And if this works, I'll be one too. We'll be the only two of our kind in the whole world, alchemical creations allowed to live in human form. Living things are grouped together by species, and there's only one person like me in this world. I guess that makes us family.
Definitely. You've just got to trust one another. Actually, while we're on the subject, does your friend Hat Guy know about this?
That guy's good about this. Yeah, I told him I was coming here to fulfill this duty. And try to stop me, just told me to get a move on then. Didn't say it outright, but I think he supports my decision. Maybe he thinks it's a good idea to go through with this. A little scared, of course, but excited too. Anyway, I'm really glad to talk to you all this time. Feel better now. So thanks. Lower. How low can you go? This is where Mystery Science, Imaginarian Theater is. Right configured, cannot be changed. Hens and Rick will try. Please choose suitable party in advance. Hydro and Crag. Oh, it is the Imaginarian Theater. Alright. Sure, I got a party that works for this. Hydro and cryo. Oh, I think I got a really good... I wish I had this one should work. I wish it was high enough. But then, like, none of her talents are up. It's only 60. This one shouldn't be bad. So bring another hydro cryo. That might work well too. That one's not gonna work. That one might, but probably not. This one's a lot of healing. It's decent. No cryo. Yeah, I wish.
Don't we have a...
Scaffier was higher, but none of our artifacts are leveled either. Nothing to put on it either. All her talents, I can't level them until tomorrow, so... And look, we're gonna play chess with a Tukado.
Welcome, one and all. Please sit wherever you like.
So, no unspoken rules to be aware of. I didn't want to unwillingly park myself down in some important lady's chair.
I highly doubt anyone's going to mind where you sit, Lord Barbados. But thank you for being so considerate. Jean didn't fancy tagging along.
What happened in the city today? If she left, there really would be no one around to lead the Knights of Favonius.
All right, never mind. I was just hoping to treat her to some tea. Oh. So, tell me, Albedo, what is this outrageous and audacious plan of yours that I've been hearing murmurings about?
I'll get right to the point. Intend to kill the evil dragon, the evil Durin and Dragonspine.
Oh?
But I also would like to request some alchemical reagents from
Which
the Hexamer.
ones? I'm all ears.
First would be the flesh of that immortal monster from the Mare Javari.
Interesting. What else?
The other is a portion of the embryo left by my mother, Rheindotir.
Ah, the raw material from which she created her monsters in the past. There's not much of it left. Dragon blood, monster flesh, and embryo. Sounds to me like a formula for creating life.
Correct. Durin's heart has continued to beat ever since he died. That means it's just a matter of time before he eventually returns. 3 centuries away or millennia, but that day will come. I spent years investigating in Dragonspine, so I'm aware of the danger he possesses. He already possessed a considerable threat to Mondstadt in less than half of his original strength. No telling how dire the consequences could be if he ever gained his full life force. Hence, if we want to be free of the dangers posed by his blood and limitless vitality, we must find a way to eliminate Durin entirely. Fortunately, Durin is a special entity. Even after death, he could reawaken at any moment. So the solution is to kill him and then resurrect him in a different form. On resurrection, he will no longer be the creature he once was. In fact, he will no longer be a monster at all, because I intend to transform him into a human-like being. During the summer, Klee and I visited the fairy tale land called Simulanka. Yeah, we're there, dude. We, fixed the place. It was created by mages from the Hetson Circle. So I'm sure you're aware, you know of it.
Of course. It was even the home of one of M's children the other day. Oh, I see.
It was during that journey that I learned with certainty that Durin would return to life one day. That experience inspired me. I met the pure soul M had created, and I knew it wanted to change Durin's fate. He could be the key. To that end, I devised an alchemical model for transmutation. The soul would come from the fairy tale dragon of Simulanka, the blood from the original dragon's heart. And the monster's remnants from the Mar Javari and the embryo mother left behind will form the flesh. The corrosive nature of the dragon's venom and the height and the ability of the mother's remnants would offset each other, keeping the constructed body in perfect balance. A powerful side effect could be triggered when festering forces and life energies collide. In an alchemical setting, the results are sure to be nothing short of astounding.
The glint in your eye when you talk about these ideas. You really are your mother's child.
Do you see that as a bad thing, Aunt Alice?
Of course not. To me, you're both extraordinary individuals. I find you fascinating. In any case, now I see why you asked Venti for help. The raw materials you seek are extremely valuable. The misuse of even the tiniest amount could cause unimaginable chaos. That said, we're happy to give you what you need. But there is one condition. You need to prove you can wield them. And so, you must pass the Hexenzirkel's trial.
I understand. Figured something like this might happen. That's why I asked Chaos Fire to come along. Wait. You're not even going to try to talk me, huh? Oh, you're need convincing? I thought you'd want to keep an eye on me. Who knows what sort of outlandish things I might attempt without someone putting me in check. Fine.
So you know our tricks, huh?
Aunt Alice has always loved a spectacle. Any chance to witness friends come together to support one another.
Well, success means little if you have no one to celebrate it with, no? Although, I'm afraid dear Paimon will have to sit this one out.
Oh, what a surprise.
Why?
The Hexenzirkel trials are no walk in the park, my dear. Besides, I already decided on the structure. There's only room for 2 participants, I'm afraid. No more, no less. You understand, don't you, Paimon? Oh, don't be too angry with your dear aunt.
Okay. You can turn off the charm. Paimon will stay behind.
Thank you for being so understanding. Then, whenever you two are ready, interact with the chessboard on the table. It will guide you through the trial.
Let me make a formal request when you go through this trial with me. Let's do this. You ready, Trailblazer? No, not Trailblazer. Traveler. Just about.
Then, my dear children, get ready for a taste of the Dodo King's magic.
It's supposed to be a very interesting fight according to the special program and some of the stuff they put out. Certainly keeping with Hexenzirkel's modalities. We've been shrunk down to chess piece size.
Whoa, you're so tiny now. Take extra care of yourselves, okay?
Stop yelling, Paimon. What is it? Nothing, it's just Paimon's voice even louder than usual. Now I'm this size. She's always so energetic and lively. Nothing can dampen her spirits. Don't worry, you'll be back with her again in no time.
Pretty confident, Albedo.
Aunt Alice, I didn't realize you'd be personally conducting the trial.
Well, since your mother has to recuse herself, who better than I to put your abilities to the test? I have prepared quite a riveting new performance just for you two. See? Defeat them in battle. Prove to me that you have what it takes to achieve your goal. Swashbuckle your way to victory like gallant fairy tale heroes.
Time to play chess.
You can't run! Ugh, what a nuisance! Punishment! Hear the echoes of the valley! Witness my great undertaking! No touching!
I'm
behind schedule. Shower me with...
Witness my great undertaking.
Shiver! Access denied.
Coming to be. Feel this ancient power.
Next on the agenda. Focus. We're way behind schedule.
Feel this ancient power. Live!
Some healing.
Healthy body, healthy mind.
Feel this ancient power.
Stop that!
Alright.
Strike pose! Don't touch you.
King and Queen should present a united
Feel this ancient power.
Wait, why did we fight the king first?
Let the mountain's veins
Queen
boil.
protects the queen.
You can't run. Yeah. Life.
Moment of birth.
Let the world collide. Bring it.
That wasn't too bad. I'd love to see that as a boss battle, just a really weekly battle or something like that.
It had to be this form? A toy really doesn't suit me.
Oh. This one doesn't seem to be
done.
balanced.
But this isn't over. I will now preside over the second trial. Stare straight ahead, and you will see things as they appear.
Sounds like
Change
M.
your perspective, and you will see them as they are.
I think it's M. Are you okay? This reminds me of Jiri Workshop.
The trial awaits. Only by turning the world on its head can we see its true colors. So, it begs the question, what do you see on the other side of
marvel.
this chessboard? Pawns earned true freedom the moment they gained legs with which to run. So, in the spirit of Rheindotter, I prepared a little surprise for you. No need to thank me, of course. Just a small gesture of kindness from me, Barbeloth Trismegistus, to you. Oh, Albedo, you're
I don't think
always
we've
so
come across her.
charming and delightful. Unlike my own student, she can be so full of herself. I do wish she'd take a leaf out of your book.
Feel this ancient power.
Annihilation is nigh!
Burst forth.
Whoa.
All hail.
Feel this ancient power.
Let the mountain's veins boil.
The symphony of cannon fire!
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Coming to be. Feel this ancient power. undertaking.
I can't point him at the queen.
You can't Final chorus sings for you.
Why are you taking down my characters again?
Moment of birth. Coming to be.
But the mountain's veins boil.
Symphony of cannon fire.
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Feel this ancient power.
Scoffy definitely been good for this one.
No touching.
Let us witness a great undertaking.
The way their character's designed, it would have worked well in that one.
Yes, very well done.
Barbala. We did
Oh,
it.
they've grown up so fast. I'm so proud.
Really? Well then, I'll leave you to debrief the others about today's events.
Huh? You're leaving already?
You did marvelously today. I'm thrilled for both of you. And should you feel the need to gloat profusely to that student of mine so she knows to up her game, be my guest.
Arbaloth is Mona's teacher.
Lovely tea party. But that'll do me for now. Until next time, my dearies.
You're just going to up and leave? Barbie, you'll have to forgive Barbalov. She's always on the move. And she never says where she's going either. I think she enjoys the mystique. But if I had to guess, she's probably going for a walk. She's a very health-conscious individual. Barbie was satisfied with your victory. And so am I. Congratulations to you both. You can come back now. Oh, whoops. I need to turn you back to normal first, don't I?
I thought M was the teacher, was Mona's teacher.
Great job! You made it all look so easy.
Nice to have you back safe and sound. Now time to relax and switch off. You've earned it.
Thank you. Felt pretty good to beat the trial. Once you're rested up, let me know when you're free, and we'll head to Dragonspine.
To deal with the dragon of Dragonspine, right?
Indeed, the sooner we deal with Durin, the better.
Nice to have you back safe and sound. Now time to relax.
Same. I definitely probably would have worked better with a different team. Solve all the puzzles in the chess game. It's a trial. What a surprise. Yeah. The way that Escaffier's kit is designed worked well there. Because she's a cryo and hydro buffer. I want to see if Mona's around at all. Nope, don't see her.
Yep, this place is as freezing as ever. Paimon's hands are turning to ice.
Okay, let me help you out, Paimon.
You sure? Is it warm in there?
Oh, never mind, there's a theory now, right?
Burn it down! Full throttle!
This is order.
I'm going in!
Freshness preserve.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Let's light it up! Rise with the sun! Try and stop me! Light up the blazing sun! Make way for the Adeptus! Scatter! Skyward! Everybody stand back!
Crumble! I will have order.
Burn it down!
This team's only been put together for friendship stuff, so it's not designed to be optimized.
Pyroclastic surge! I'm going in!
All my other teams are designed to be optimized.
Order guide you. Rise!
We're going the wrong way.
Try and stop me!
Right. Sorry, Paimon. I have to go to work
Still
now.
beating away after all this time.
Leave it to me. You too. Stay on guard.
May Paimon ask a question?
You may.
Who is Durin to you? Do you think of him as one of your kind? And is he a dragon, person, animal, or monster?
From an alchemical perspective, we're both artificial creations. Biologically speaking, we have no relation whatsoever. So to say we are kin would be categorically incorrect.
Sounds like you prefer humans to dragons then.
It's not so much a matter of preference, rather, as things stand, I would say I belong to the class of human, albeit a unique category thereof. Then again, most forms of life in this world will possess some unique traits. I am perhaps most unique among humans, in that I'm the only one of my kind, but soon there will be another just like me, assuming the alchemical project proves successful. I believe Mini Durin already told you about his intent to replace the Durin of Dragonspine. In my conversation with you, he also expressed a strong interest in becoming human. It's a fascinating prospect, but not to mention an extremely challenging one. I do understand why he came to that decision. Yeah, isn't this an act of creation and we're gonna get beat up by Celestia? Well, understood in the broadest sense, this project deals with both the past and the future and stands and profoundly impact many lives. That primarily is what makes it worthwhile. Helping Mini Durin become who he wants to be is a secondary consideration, though still a meaningful one. By contrast, my personal motives are nothing so grand and meaningful. I'm just pursuing something I believe in. In my view, to cultivate life, which the world cannot generate endogenously, is to cultivate the world itself. Whatever aids life in attaining a greater level of perfection improves the world by doing so. It is not a question of whether this ought to be done or not, merely whether I wish to. The alchemical enterprise is concerned with deciphering and comprehending all forms of knowledge. That is the path I walk. Of course, that's not to say that this is just a science experiment to me. Anything that affects Mondstadt, I approach first and foremost as a member of the Knights of Favonius. Does that answer your question satisfactorily? Sure. Whatever, dude. finished.
Looks like a golden energy has encased the dragon's heart.
The whole heart would be too big. I don't need that much. Instead, I've just removed the core. The rest will soon lose its vitality completely. This time, Durham's body should finally die for good.
Wait, but in that case, what's gonna happen to the fake Hertha? And what about the people who fell under Durin's influence?
The Knights will keep an eye on them. As far as I'm concerned, eliminating Durin's influence on the citizenry and creating a new Durin through alchemy are one and the same thing. Armed with this heart, I'll be able to complete the alchemical array and deal with all these issues in one go. Let's go report. Yeah, but isn't that the thing that, like, makes it so you can turn the strange tooth? I don't remember, but... Let's call it a day here. Thank you for accompanying me.
Pleasure. We sure learned a lot.
Mondstadt's a lively place. During the Windbloom Festival, you should take a look around and pick out some nice souvenirs for yourself.
Oh yeah, the festival! Wonder who the Windbloom Star is gonna be this time. Well, we've been too busy dealing with this situation the entire time. Who else would be free to work during the Windbloom Festival?
I'm sure we'll find out on the day of. I'm on Celestia Power Go.
The Windbloom Festival is about to begin! Let's go check it out! Give me Aino. Stay away from that crazy bard. One psychopath bard is all I know. Must be the reason that they're doing special story mode. So you can do things without impacting the actual world. As you all know, during this year's Windbloom Festival, the people of Mondstadt banded together to defeat several waves of monsters that tried to invade our city. Accordingly, we'd like to award the title Windbloom Star to someone who made an outstanding contribution to the defense operation. This is someone who may not look like a strong warrior, but whose keen insight played a vital role in gaining control over the conflict. His words and songs always have a way of lifting people's spirits, and they are great support to us all. Please give us a round of applause to this Windbloom Star, Venti the Bard!
Wow! Amazing!
Venti!
No way. You're really gonna pick me? Why not? You're the perfect person for the job. Alright, does that mean I get unlimited free drinks at the tavern? I'm sure they'll be more than happy to support this year's Windbloom Star. If you like, you can even take a drink when you give your acceptance speech to the crowd. In that case, let me swap out the speech for a song. Everyone, the best bard in the land is about to begin his performance, so don't go away. Gather round and lend me your ears. I'm not singing. What are you doing on the roof, Albedo? Oh, hereby exercise the prayer formation. Ubiquitous earth, flowing water, raining fire, and fortifying winds. Traverse the 18th worldly and 20th passage. Emergent soul, enter the something into the realm. Elevate festering flesh. O sages, witness my grand endeavor. Dude just put an alchemical reaction everywhere. And everyone's like, yay, good job, Venti. How is it? Not bad, right? Well, Albedo's office is kind of funky looking. Well, we have a human Durin now. Someone get him some clothes.
Albedo, how did everything go?
Very smoothly, I'd say. We achieved our goal.
So Mini Durin looks like a human now?
Correct. However, his newly formed body is still stabilizing. We should give him some time. Good job, Albedo. Graciously accept the compliment. It's really rather remarkable what we've accomplished.
So, how do you feel right now?
I could. I did what I set out to do and achieved a personal goal. I think even she would have made a rare facial expression had she seen it.
She?
My master and mother, Gold, Rhine Dortur. Long time ago, she sent me to Mondstadt with the instructions to complete the task of monumental importance, to find the truth of the world. I had a theory about what she meant, and in time I was able to corroborate it. Sure enough, finding the truth of the world basically stood for getting a life. Find the truth of the world. Go get a life, kid. Might be easy for most people, but for some like me, it's meant doing a lot of learning about a lot of things. I had to find about myself and the world around me, get to know me, and get to know other people. Life is the space that exists between me and the world. To become truly human, I had to inhabit that space. So for an artificial human, finding a life is in some sense equivalent to finding the truth of the world.
So that's what she meant, huh? Well, no wonder those monsters wanted to infiltrate the city and replace you. They wanted your life for themselves!
Being alive is just existing, but having a life is what makes you truly human. I think that's the message she wanted to get across to me. So I found this whole series of events have given me new inspiration. Becoming human is only the beginning. It follows the choice a human has to make in life, as well as the kinds of family bonds they will form. Most people would probably see the events of the last few days as something out of a nightmare, but for me, it's just part of my family life. I fear that the carefree existence my brothers had once enjoyed this far will now come to an end. Just like me, you will have to step in the world and face the same constraints as everyone else.
You've got an unusual family, that's for sure.
I suppose we get it from our mothers. She's highly unusual. There are all kinds of families in the world. Some base their life around the family store, others around the farm. In my family, I suppose we tend to the flower beds, and now I'm a gardener too. As long as you feel like you've gained something from the experience. Mother should... Master never showed her face, but it was the Hexen Circle no. But if the Hexen Circle knows what I've done, that means she knows as well, and gave her approval. Since devouring Nibirius, it seems she has finally found a modicum of peace. And if so, I'm truly happy for her. She didn't always have a penchant for madness, you know.
Devouring Nibirius? What's Nibirius?
It's the name of the ruler of life.
What?
Aunt Alice told me about it not too long ago. It came as no surprise. I knew Master would do it sooner or later. As for the ruler of life, all I know true is this. Nibirius is not gone. Instead, because of Master's actions, she and Nibirius are now one. In any case, thanks so much for your help during this ordeal, choosing to stand by my side through it all. Wonder what level Nibirius was on then.
Of course. That's what friends are for.
Paimon took the words right out of my mouth. Hearing you say that means more than I can say. I'll make sure to pass along the sentiment when I report back to Master Jean.
Oh, so you're heading back to headquarters? Well, good luck with the report.
Thank you. I'll get going.
Wow, this Windbloom Festival turned out to be a special one. It feels like we really made a difference. Oh, Paimon almost forgot. If the Windbloom star has already been chosen, what is this year's Windbloom gonna be?
Want to take a guess?
Venti!
Line.
You're back!
Well, I couldn't keep my two dear friends in the dark about this year's Windbloom, now could I? What do you think of the Cecilia? That's okay. The true feeling of the prodigal son, a sentiment as sweet and warm as a gentle spring breeze, perfect for the season. Traveler, give me your hand. Why you want to hold hands with me? The mages are very pleased that you and Albedo managed to pass their trial. Albedo received the materials he sought, so you deserve something in return as well. The Hexen Circle wants you to have this. It contains something entirely one of a kind. A secret of sorts. When the time is right, it will reveal itself to you. So no need to open it right away.
Wow! A gift and a mystery all in one! The mages sure love their secrets, huh?
According to the sender, you're probably the only person who can make use of something like this, so I suppose it belongs to you. Sure. Oh well, all I did was deliver it. Although I did go to great lengths during this whole ordeal, I suppose a reward of my own for my efforts wouldn't be out of the question.
You've helped a lot, Venti. How about we treat you to a drink?
No. Really? I'll do that, no going back on your word.
Of course, Dad! Let's go to the tavern right now!
Music to my ears. I'm so happy I could fly. It's like this festival was made for me or something. When no love remains for the songs to tell, the world becomes naught but an empty shell. Cruel is said fate, cruel it may be, were it not for a hero who could set us all free. Through shadows so cold he sought wisdom untold, chasing a fragrance the wind only knows. Thus wistful waned and faded into night, he stepped from the darkness and into the light. That is a pretty interesting story. Like, kind of way to sum up Albedo's story, bring Minnie Durin around. It's odd. Everyone's worried that we won't get an area like for the summer like we've had the past few years. Because of the way that the patches have ran. But I mean, they run in the same way they usually, a little bit close to what they usually do, so. I think our
You gotta try Dawn Winery.
summer zone won't be that bad off. I'll have to see in about. Oh, I have the summer. We got it on the schedule. June 17th. That's when we'll find out about the summer stuff. Is Mona out and about again? Nope, still not.
Hip. Phew.
I wonder. See, I don't feel like Mini Doll Vollin's story is done now. It's human. Like, I'm guessing we're gonna get another story, and then most likely, my guess would be we get him as a playable at some point.
Rev the engines!
That's what I'd like to see. Can we go? Can we still go upstairs? Oh, they cleaned up his room. That's the only thing we can access up here is Vito's room. Three other rooms up there. All you able to give us. Possible. Anything in between? It wasn't even enough for another wish. We now have Dazzling Mysterious Gift. A glittering crystal all adorned with starship gemstones. So representative is not something that the ordinary person can master. Crystal ball lies dormant. It's waiting perfect time to shine. So, let's see, we have the Horn of Dvalin, the Monolith Fragment, we have the Funerary Mask, we have the Twig for Sumeru, Tears Among the Stars from, what was that, Fontaine? The Ancient Name from, shoot, our Ancient Name from Natland. Allows us to go see Tubby. And the Dazzling Mysterious Gift. I think that, except for this, these items, they're all going to be used for something. Like, we're going to have to use them against someone. I think it's going to be against a someone, not a something. It's going to be used against, like, Celestia, or open our way to be able to combat her. But we're going to need one more. We're going to have to get one for Snezhnaya. And I think that's gonna be the last one there. But I think these are gonna play in somewhere down the line. Leveling any weapons. Jeez, I should have black. Sit on it. I actually need that codex. But yeah, those are gonna come into some effect story-wise. Yeah, so that's gonna finish that one. We have one more story to do. Let's see. Domain. Artifact. Oh, they split them up. Trounce domains. Now do this as a weekly. Gives. Oh, gold. Interesting. And then lightning and hydro and pyro elements. I don't think anyone needs this as their level up material yet. Because this one is for, or that one's being used by Scaffier. It's using this one. And I don't know which one Aoife uses though. But I don't think he uses those either. So I don't think we have a character for that yet. But it would be Skirk. Most likely would be one that they would use it on. And then if what's his bucket from the church comes out, it's a 4-star, you'd probably use it. But we're gonna take a quick break. And then that's my thought.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Take a quick break, and then we'll do a Scoff's story. Shaped by Fame. And she has a reward for hers as well. one. That's right. Weird. Yeah. So you're treasured above all. So you have within the 20 days the banner period to do it. You get some rewards for her stuff, for her leveling. So we'll start that right as soon as I come back from taking a break. ready to become a Genshin Master Chef.
Huh? Is that Navia over there? Oh, it's been a while. Let's go say hi.
Of course, Paimon's annoying butt's gonna be talking.
Hey, Navia! What you up to?
Shh!
Okay.
Get lost, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake up and start doing things properly! Right now, you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
It was an accident.
I'm sorry,
Wow.
did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she so aggressive? She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey, cut her some slack. You gotta at least hear her out.
Wait! Huh? Who do you think you are telling me? Wait a sec. Navia? So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
Keep
Savannah,
fighting everybody.
is this how you always treat your staff?
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Fermon can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Philmont can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Didn't you just fire her?
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you! Come on, we have work to do!
Wow, what a horrible person!
Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again.
Who's
Her
that?
name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, she's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days, and he can barely even talk properly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
There's a lot of restaurants actually.
At his family's request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Vermont's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or how she's been running her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our next thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah watching them like a hawk, no one has been willing to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old-fashioned way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
And so you're gonna wait till Monica stepped away and then Paimon messed up.
Shoot! It all makes sense now. Sorry. Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Paimon, do you ever thunk before you speak?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I'm sure I would have piped up if you hadn't. And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage.
Well, you're been discovered.
Yeah, meaning it's gonna be all the more difficult to get the inside scoop now. Oh, I might as well head back to the Fleuve Cendre then. We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
Paimon will join you, cause this is kinda all Paimon's fault.
I'll just come along for fun.
Oh, guys, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you were planning to visit the Fleuve Cendre anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is,
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to apologize for the scene you witnessed just now. We shouldn't subject our customers to that. This is a small token from us. It's some candy from Monica. She asked me to make sure it was delivered into your hands.
Monica's the one apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah is the one who owes an apology.
Our head chef has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
Yeah, Paimon, quit screwing crap up. Thank you.
All right. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Not the candy.
Don't drop the
Thank you
candy.
for understanding. We'll make sure to pass your feedback on to Miss Savannah.
A little highly strung, huh?
Everyone is on edge.
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
Well, see, Gordon Ramsay recommended her, and that's how Gordon Ramsay, well, it's not how he actually acts, but how he acts for TV.
Well, according to Fermat's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
Oh, Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in. Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper. Find Escoffier.
Find Escoffier.
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Nadia?
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now. That's where we'll find Escoffier anyway.
She's a new chef that's working in the Fleuve Cendre.
So, who is this Escoffier, anyway?
Well, for starters, she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Boer, before Savannah. She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Boer and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the Hotel de Boer's history. After the culinary genius Modeste himself.
Gâteau de Boer? That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
Well, apparently, the Hotel de Boer was reported for a safety incident. Someone claims that the kitchen was adding an illegal substance to their menu. But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility. And she was sent to the Fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede?
we got sent there for eating someone else's cake.
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So, I'm guessing what Monica wants is for us to convince Escoffier to try and negotiate with Savannah on the staff's behalf.
Or gets Escoffier to go back.
Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out. It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that...
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove. You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes. At least then you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
I'm sorry, Cream. I'm sorry, Mushroom.
As you can see, Escoffier is that kind of chef as well.
Okay.
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors a chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
Yes, Chef.
then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Yes, chef.
Excuse us, we're...
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
Looks like the rush hour is finally over. Is it always this busy here?
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef. Well, in her words, the Hotel de Boer doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh.
For what? Like I said, I just don't want them going to waste. Oh, and tell Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
Fiamma. That's the second time we've heard that name. Who is that again?
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad, he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills. Escoffier knows their situation, so she's been making some extra food every day for him to take home.
Hey, I heard that, Navia! I've told you before, no one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Yeah, failed dishes that just so happen to be nutritionally complete every single time.
So, you two must be the world-famous traveler and her companion, Paimon, yes? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, so you know us already. We'll skip the introduction then. We're here to talk about Savannah.
Yeah, you know what's going
I
on.
certainly am. The Spina's headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of times Navi has come to pester me about it. But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right to interfere with that business. Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first place.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person back then. A little timid even. She wasn't at all confident that she was the right fit for the role.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just emulating me. I mean, I'm not the most pleasant head chef to be around either. Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a huge hypocrite. Fiamma and the others probably think that Savannah gets it all from me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
She mentioned me.
Whatever shortcomings you feel you have, it looks like Monica still trusts you. As for the others, well, how can you know what they think unless you ask them?
Monica.
Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell.
Oh, we can do that.
We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica.
Escoffier?
I can't believe her! Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe. Unbelievable! I won't stand for this. She has to learn. Come on, we're going.
Wait, so now she's...
Yeah, we totally convinced her to go.
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
I like it, stop it. I keep hitting the pink button to get the map. Honkai map. Honkai map button.
Wait, she looks like... Is that a...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But please, you have to forgive me or Chef is gonna...
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging your customers to feel sorry for you.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and then threw me out of the kitchen.
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little worse for wear these days.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but I think the difference is that her criticism was more constructive, so you knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up, get your head in the game, or just do it again. And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Monica, you don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of your own. What happened back then? That wasn't on you, and all of us know that. That banquet was a huge event, and so many staff were involved every step of the way. With so many moving parts, there's no way of knowing how that lumiline ended up in the food we served.
It's actually quite true in a lot of in the banquet settings like that. Also in a lot of kitchens like that, like you'll run into certain chefs that build you up and attempt to make you a better chef and make you a better, do a better job. And then you have the ones that just say, do it again. Just don't screw up.
Lumiline? What's that?
A new drug from the Fontaine Research Institute, produced from an extract of the lumitoile. Apparently it sharpens the senses, so they used it to treat people with impaired responses to stimuli.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. They found out you can use it as a flavor enhancer since it stimulates the taste buds. Makes things pretty addictive.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up on the guards' list of controlled substances.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, however, some food products containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards banned it from the restaurant industry.
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You just didn't want to see this turn into a place where tensions are constantly running high. Because everyone's suspicious of each other all the time. And now look at you. A fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on. It's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm downing from now on.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at the end of the day, I was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
And that's actually true in most kitchens.
If only Savannah was half the boss you were.
I'm sorry? Do you have a problem with my conduct as head chef?
No, chef.
So you do remember who's boss? Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore, so stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa. Sounds like someone has a chip on her shoulder.
Maybe we should give it some space.
Savannah! My God, have you grown a temper since I last saw you? Have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills? Or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand marcotte, thinking no one can tell the difference?
That's none of your business!
Call her out.
What happened to not storming in and raising hell?
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
What?
Fan Asian?
Aye, miladies.
Oh, he's the boss.
Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tête-à-tête between chefs at the Hôtel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
Sounds like we're in for a history lesson.
That's right. I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself. The cooking contest!
According to legend, the founders of Hôtel de Bord, Modeste and Savelli, used this method to resolve all of their disputes. Everything from petty arguments over next week's menu to disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant. The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
Huh. Sounds like they had a lot of free time on their hands.
Well, it might sound that
Not
way
right.
to us.
Not really,
But
but
in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the culinary arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hôtel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back?
Escoffier.
What say you, Escoffier? Surely you of all people won't back down from this challenge. It was you who put the rule in place after all.
Yeah, I knew it.
Sure, I reinstated it, but I'm not a chef at Hôtel de Bord anymore. Isn't this bending the rules a little?
I see no issue as long as both sides agree to the terms. We could simply treat it as an exhibition of sorts. Savannah, any objections?
Exhibition. Huh. No. If we're going to battle it out, let's put it all on the line. If I lose, it's up to you what happens to me.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
But if you lose, you hand over the Codex de Bord to me.
What? The Codex de Bord?
What's that?
Only the legendary handbook written by the original head chef Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Bord. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world. And only the present and former head chefs of the Hôtel de Bord have the right to read it.
Present and former? Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipe.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little...
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms. Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de boar, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
You sound surprisingly confident.
Somehow we're getting roped into this.
All right then, let's see how much you've actually grown. I hope you surprise me, Savannah. I'd hate to find out that all you've learned after this long is how to chew people's heads off.
Believe me, I'll show you.
She's the one that brought in the illegal.
Escoffier, are you sure this is a good idea? You accepted her terms a little hastily.
I do apologize. This whole ordeal reflects rather poorly on us.
Yeah, can't you?
I'm afraid it's not quite that simple. The Hôtel de Bord runs as more of a partnership, you see. It was founded by two friends, Modeste and Savannah. So, while I am technically Savannah's boss, it's not really my place to interfere with the business of the kitchen. To be perfectly honest with you, that's part of the reason why I suggested a cooking contest. If Escoffier wins, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to talk some sense into Savannah. Or, of course, if she wanted to return, then... But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Whatever the outcome, this contest will hopefully serve as a turning point for us. Please, pass on my best wishes to Escoffier. I must say, Savannah surprised me with her confidence. Does she really believe she can best Escoffier in the kitchen? I thought she was just blowing off steam when she first raised the idea to me.
Oh.
Side conversation. Blah. I don't know why they put those in.
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? It didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay, that's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
So what's up with the codex?
That? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modeste's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, legend has it that the original Gâteau de Boar was made using a special secret ingredient that Modeste discovered on one of his adventures. So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Boar, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius. And over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Codex de Boar.
Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hôtel de Boar took its rightful place as the finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Savelli and Modeste parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modeste passed away while he was still in his prime.
Whoa.
And that was it. The end of the Hôtel de Boar's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. It's only in recent decades that it started recovering. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
Oh! So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes,
Paimon knows nothing of cooking.
That's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Bourg they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modest wrote about.
Secret ingredient?
So, reimagination
Hey, we've been
is
everywhere.
right.
Except for
I consulted
Sanaya,
some
we could help you.
historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau asked for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day. Well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh! Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Not really.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Bourg, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows? Maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hôtel de Bourg never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Bourg is the true head chef.
Well,
Hi, Mom.
it was clearly precious enough to give to Escoffier as a parting gift. Meanwhile, Savannah only got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to gift me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Probably because she was
Who knows?
put up to the
We
same
can
standards.
speculate forever. Better to just let our Gâteau do the talking.
Let our cakes do the
It
talking.
means besting her in this bake-off, and then getting her to explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula.
Okay.
However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art, she'll respect the outcome of our contest.
Well,
Not necessarily.
I'm confident that you and your spatula can get justice for Froment. All you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de Bourg is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything. Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
Navia and Traveler.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us are veterans in the kitchen. You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But be warned, I will hold you to exceptionally high standards. Think you're up to the task?
Bring it on,
Count
lady.
me in too. I've spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
I got sword skills. Oh wait, we did knife skills in one.
I've always called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Oh, Navia. The difference in your case is that mise en place is chopping stuff up without sending you.
Looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end.
How's it
You
going,
made
William?
it sound like we'd be carving
Going
statues
well.
out of fruits or something.
Well, brace yourself, because the next step is anything but straightforward. I'll be using this cold press to extract flavor compounds from the ingredients.
What? I've never heard doing that with the cold press.
A kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me.
Oh,
It
okay.
uses cold temperature extraction to isolate the essence of cooking ingredients, which can then be used to flavor dishes more precisely.
So it's like a juicer or something like that.
But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
Demonstration. Okay. Display your master's cold press. Tap your elemental skill. Accelerate the cold press. Use normal attacks to work. Suspicious substitution.
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep. I've never used anything this weird before. Cool. Not weird.
Wow.
And done. These
What
are
kind
the
of games do
flavor
I play?
compounds extracted from our ingredients. I've processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Various RPGs usually. I don't try to stick to one game consistently throughout a week. Like I'll do multiples. Like my Tuesdays, I've been doing a Assassin's Creed playthrough. My Fridays have been a Final Fantasy playthrough. My Monday, Thursday, and Saturdays kind of vary on current games, older games, or other things I've got going. But I do mostly RPGs a lot. I kind of stay in that realm style.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
No.
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely.
Coffee's master precision. Flavorings you have found. Flavor profile. Dish balance between fruity flavors and flavors to just
Slowly and...
How do you do this? Oh, there's numbers on them. About 2 years now, I think.
And voila! Now it's your turn.
Kind of started with, I was doing some deep dungeon stuff with Final Fantasy 14, and then kind of moved from there into other games that I was playing at the time, and kind of evolved up to what it is now.
Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the Traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try.
It's like a puzzle.
Oh, well, they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel du Bois' current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score. That's right, the true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. Now get to it. Chop chop!
I guess I'm finally on the right path.
Yeah, it's growing. It's just
How's it
more
going?
recently
Have you
and
picked
stuff.
a dish yet? Choose wisely. I expect you to present the most delicious thing on the menu. Look at that! With the grace of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grating commence.
I always hated this part of doing culinary stuff.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to la food.
6 points.
Ooh. Why?
What? Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass.
That's 6 out of 100.
6 out of... That's a really harsh grading scale.
What?
You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
Not at the moment, not looking like picking up any of that kind of stuff. I've got what I need right now. I'm trying to get a bunch of other stuff in place before I pick up any of the digital stuff. Any more of it?
Me next. I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than my previous ones.
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
Aww.
Now to the final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
8? 8 out of 100?
Darn! That's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation. I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
Wait a minute, she just changed the grading scale.
How did you pull that off?
It's all practice from cooking for Paimon.
Don't get me wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen.
I really don't do much with comics. Like, I go to the comic movies and stuff like that. I really haven't delved much into them themselves.
I can really taste the grace of the snow-winged goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Hey, you made that last part up! No way did you taste that!
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier.
Oh, it's Hilaire.
Oh, it's Hilaire! What brings you here?
I heard the news about the cooking contest. You're doing Gâteau de Bourg, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help.
And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
Whoa, Furman. He's up.
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family. I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
You're sure you're good, man?
I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Bourg kitchen, so if anyone's qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me. I think. I mean, I hope so.
Firma, Have you even set foot in a kitchen since leaving Hotel de Boer?
I have not, but I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now. Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
Confidence issue.
What do you call this, Verma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! 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 Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then Will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Is that Monica?
Monica? When did you get here?
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Verma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Oh, come on. All I did was make you some tea. I doubt it was much help. Savannah was so ruthless toward you. I probably should have brought you something stronger.
She sounds like the worst. All right, another Savannah horror story. Let's hear it.
She's been getting harsher and harsher on us ever since she heard about Escaffier's new role in the Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
What is this? It looks like a dog's been at it. In the trash now!
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten yourself out or get out of my kitchen!
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me.
Oh man, that must be awful.
That takes a lot to get over.
The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
How can you give up so easily, Firma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What changed?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little for maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
No.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to go it alone, I would present the perfect gâteau.
Oh, well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
Yeah.
And so will I.
Yeah! And if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What?
What? Why didn't you say so?
I was going to, but then, well, this is the first chance I got.
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
All right, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
I know, but it's all right. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Fermat. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
Kinda weird.
Well, Hyman didn't think we'd be poaching from Savannah's staff to get our third person, but there you go. Anyway, Monica's a professional chef, so nothing could possibly go wrong now.
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina-sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast! Feast!
I'll help.
All right, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives.
At least we didn't have to cook skill enough that even though it was our first time working together, we had a great rapport.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
She's plenty of praise and taught me by an awful lot, too. That time seemed to fly by.
That was a dream come true. Hyman never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
Who's that Scoffier? It's high. Oh, she's up.
Why, Savannah? Why?
You're mumbling to yourself.
Nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something I hadn't noticed before. That might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modeste's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing. Yeah,
probably
maybe.
You're right.
Still, it's just hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point. We were. At least I always thought we were. She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Firma and the other staff so much grief.
Yeah.
Well, I mean to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with.
I don't think it's just because of you. She must
I
be
wonder
better
if
than
this
you.
is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex. Yes, with his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks at every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured. Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his life and still hailed as a genius, suddenly died from an acute illness. And
that was it. They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end.
Well, you had time to reconcile.
Savali actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savali ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as bad, and that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut.
You on the team, there's no way we can
You're
lose.
right about that. Just follow my lead, and victory will be ours.
I feel like Savannah was the one that sabotaged her. I don't know what time I had to go till.
The secret. The mechanical.
It's cooking contest day!
Well.
To the Hotel de Boer! Toot sweet!
Alright, who's been teaching Paimon French?
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking contest.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all to the Hôtel de Bord and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
Savannah, I've brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Monica? Huh.
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
Both contestants have taken their positions. Then, without further ado, let the Hôtel de Bord cooking contest commence!
Minimum flavorings to achieve a balanced flavor. Alright. Press flavoring types.
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this. Even the best chef in the world can't flavor their food without prepping the flavoring, right?
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work! Do not disappoint me.
Looks like our two head chefs are raring to go. Like in other...
I need blues. Oh, I need this. Okay, how do I make this work?
A little amuse-bouche. That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavor.
Okay. 3, 4, that's 5. There we go. Rebalancing complete. We gotta do this 3 times.
Come on, Escoffier! Come on, Traveler!
Make the next layer of the cake. That's terrible at making cakes. Oh, he's decorating them.
The balance of flavors is about right, but the quantity is too low.
One floral.
Alphonse! What are you playing at? That's not how I taught you to do it! Stop horsing around and do it again!
So then I put one there. There.
So, what do you think?
I don't know what the legs part is. Frosting? Nope, it's a layer. A 3-layer cake. Too fruity, too fruity, too fruity.
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe. Let's check on Savannah's progress.
I think this flavor profile is still a little bit off.
Enough! Useless! Both of you, make like an egg and beat it! I'll do it myself!
Wow, she just kicked out her assistants.
Wow! Is Savannah serious? Can she really make up for lost time working alone?
1-6. There we go. This was an interesting mini
You can't
game.
match Escoffier's talent.
Savannah looks worried.
I present to you Gâteau de Bourg.
A burst of flavor!
You say it wasn't like decorated and stuff. That's a interesting looking cake. Not the one they only sold like a few slices of is green.
Perfect! We were like a flock of snowing geese, completely in sync, working gracefully and elegantly together. Great work, team.
Wonder if you use too many ingredients or anything like that.
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make Gâteau de Bourg.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10! Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite, and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she can't bake to save her life.
Poor Timur.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No, that's impossible.
Unless Monica was sabotaging.
Hey, Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Van Gem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them? Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that, bitch!
Judges, we demand a rematch. That's enough.
What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Monica
If
sabotaged
you
it.
want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it.
Scoffier, no!
But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over and I won. That means you owe me the Codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is there any other unfinished business you'd like to leave in my hands?
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss. Just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, Monica sabotaged.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's all right. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. I'm already over it. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for the Spina. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste of time and energy.
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Did she just pass out?
Savannah?
She passed out.
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Be better than Escoffier.
Our best guess is she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
About that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We were focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes. I've already spoken to them both. They're at a loss to explain it too.
Not to worry. Come on, join me downstairs. I'll interrogate the guilty gâteau myself.
Wait. Let's go find the guilty cake.
Well, how is it? Have you figured out what it was?
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure the taste tested before it was served.
Oh, relax. This isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced. Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
The reason Escoffier lost her job.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier but the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy. So Savannah pressured you into sabotaging Escoffier's cake by threatening to expose your secret if you didn't?
I know. It's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Figured.
I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail? It made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up? Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor, so you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood? Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as
Common.
head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
Her abilities.
Yeah, it would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the codex, only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
Your recipe to herself.
New head chef, you say? What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without Escoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
Trying the codex, no matter what it takes.
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
Lean into the kitchen.
All this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
You're not the problem. You're just different. Different chef. Every chef makes stuff slightly different.
I sincerely apologize for putting everyone out. Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update for Ma and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
All right.
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Overly sweetened macarons.
Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
Trevor,
Yeah, what is it?
How much do you know about the snow-winged goose?
I haven't heard that story yet.
Every year they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock and allows another goose to take its place.
She changes her accent.
So the truth is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss that fact when we project our own ideas about social hierarchies onto them.
I actually got that from a lot of people. Where it was like, oh, well, you know, supposed to be sharing your knowledge, helping everyone else be better. But, you know, you still got to protect. But we live in a society where we protect all our knowledge and, you know, hoard it in so that, you know, we can advance ourselves and move ourself up.
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is a science, not magic. Given the same ingredients, same recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish.
Actually, it's quite different in the person.
Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness.
I'm not sure if you're right, but it's a good thing to believe.
Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways.
Totally keeps changing your accent. Following day 5 to 7.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Vanagem isn't for a while.
Check on us,
Check
Scotia.
on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
She's been up all night trying to figure out what's the difference.
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me. Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all?
You need some rest.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece, but either way, hurry!
Coffee. Need coffee.
Hey, let's give her low quality. I wonder if she'll say anything.
I smell coffee.
No more quality,
I
not low
feel
quality.
much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it. But make sure to catch up on your sleep when you get the chance.
Alright, did you figure it out?
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
How she gets up
I'll
Savannah?
save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't believe it's caused so much drama.
It seems like you failed a lot.
Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
She hasn't shown back
Seeing
up
her
yet.
home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her, only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be? Boss, Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, it looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled. What does it mean?
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course! From the Codex! They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures. Yeah,
what
but
about him?
I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Gee, Savannah. Anything to overcome a Gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh,
I wouldn't say that.
idiot. Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Hold on. There's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
It was you let the linen through, didn't you? I know you're responsible for purchasing the problematic ingredient today. Why would you get over your wonder when she learns negligence? You can just see her from Escoffier, would you? Chef. Treat the real codex by any means necessary. That's where the real treasure can be found. You gave it. Well, then you're gonna get it back. Whether in a bet or by force, it doesn't matter. I don't know. You don't have to shut out yours. You darling, for she's the one who's concealing the most secret recipe in the first place.
It was you. It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the Codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
It's the other way around. Somewhere beneath the sea.
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put two and two together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident, the demand for a cooking contest, the instruction to blackmail Monica, even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
Okay. That's gonna be the dungeon area that we go to.
We should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Of all the stupid things she's done, this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
Underwater ruins. Yeah, we've been in a lot of those down here. Into the ruins. I need... Should be able to pick a team. Because they'll also give us a Escoffier. So if I build a team that way, with that knowledge, just do this one. Switch out Shalonin for Xingqiu.
For justice.
I have another strong cryo build. I have Chongyun. Supposedly he works well on the team. I think we'll do this. Because we should get, yep, as I figured, Escoffier as the guest. So if I had her built and I had already put her on the team, they wouldn't have given us the trial version. But I don't have her built, so mine's at 60 with no talent. Because I didn't have enough talent books. Oh, this place is kind of cool.
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Hey, look, blubber beasts.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here? Oh, they ran off.
They're not used to seeing us,
It could be
Paimon.
easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
They cooked for the blubber beasts.
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, romaritime flowers, and lumitoile. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we
Got
have
some
to
Saurian
head all
crackers.
the way back to shore and grab.
There's no time for that. Romaritime flowers and lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, we're seriously gonna try this?
Yes. You seriously gonna doubt us, Paimon?
A dash of frosting.
Oh no. I can do 5. One.
Blubber beasts or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Yeah.
Trust me, they'll love it.
How do we feed them?
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. What was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
We have to connect the pools.
Wow, it's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
Hey, yeah, we gotta get the other one to sing.
The tracks turned back again.
Ugh, so annoying.
One and a This flavoring profile thing is actually kind of a fun little game. Burp. It burped. Now it's gonna sing.
Hey, it's open!
I can't believe that blubber beast burping like that. Some time ago.
Hey, give me your water. Here.
Make a little sweaty.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of? Sure. All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog. Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me? Get going. Why don't you do it yourself? Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter. That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning, I'd never have... Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right? I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be. Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realized that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption. You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I am done being bullied into submission by you! Ooh, feisty. But you should watch your tone. Talking to me like that could get you in big trouble. I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles. What? Ever since I learned the truth. I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback! But you drank it too! It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica! You.
Oh, she's crazy.
What's so funny? Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water. No. Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste
of space. No wonder you never amounted to anything.
Everything I ever did was a failure. And now, I failed again for the last time.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh out of me.
But now the show's over. You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for me. But you had your chance, and now it's time to say goodbye.
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica! We've got you surrounded!
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't! Stay back if you want her alive!
Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs.
Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad!
I couldn't care less about the cake itself.
No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
Well, she wants to deal with the Fatui, so yeah, she probably has a delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Oh, earthquake.
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
Well, we're gonna have to go find another route.
Savannah's gone too!
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no match for you.
Well, it means that she's safe for now.
That's true. Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need Savannah alive if she wants to get out of here in one piece.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route.
Time to swim.
The water looks pretty deep here. Maybe it leads somewhere.
Real explosive. Jellyfish power. We're definitely in Romeria. I've seen those statues before. Oh, I can keep going up.
Golems! How are they still mobile?
They were probably awakened by the explosion just now. Alright, Nice Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping. Shiver! Goose on the loose!
Those golems stood no match. does this say? Following the exalted Harmost order in accordance with your said, Sebastos most sacred, most beloved, and temporary steps here condolences for the Netro's barbarous, so it is said. They are also warriors of the second treasure granted graciously. The warrior's body desires are satisfied. They may fight off honorable bear. So this place to set up is a memorial? Oh.
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests.
Blubber power! Oh, just need a 2. Just give me a 2. Looks like it's going to go below a 3.
Up to the freezer.
That works. Oh wait, no, that's not good. Now it'll work. Doing my math backwards. Done this before. Won't let me work on the next dish. It's called multitasking.
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers. When did you write on it? It means disconnected. You're disconnected. What the heck? There we go. Please. That was a speed one. Uh-oh. Trying to...
Witness the power of Gugwa. Shower me with
Trying to steal my excellent food.
I never knew you
Limatwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Limatwols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Yep, that's literally the plan.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
We're way behind schedule.
It's the final room.
That's strange. These don't look Romorian to me. More like last century Fontaine.
They're not very worn either.
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date.
Let's go rummaging through their stuff.
I think so.
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff, just like you're a pro in the kitchen.
I'm a pro at
Okay,
least.
well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests.
Found it.
I was just about to show off her rummaging skills.
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gâteau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the gâteau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself where I did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me, I'd be able to ask him what. Unfortunately, that day will never come.
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gâteau de Bourg.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true, maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
Well,
the taste of Gâteau de Bourg has changed. Modeste was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself.
Whoa.
The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gâteau de Bourg, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must
Savelli
to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
Uh-huh.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
Because she probably didn't stop to read the book. Barbarians who take the blank are graduating, losing part of blank. There's no cause for worry. Sorry to break free from the forms of flesh and blood. So it's the first step in guiding them towards accepting civilization. You must have scratched out the information there.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the Codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine! Oh, it's empty. It's...
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Oh, Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth. All my painstaking planning. All that.
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
That's gonna cause something.
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
She's
Whoops.
a nutcase, a liability to herself and everyone else.
Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out.
Punishment.
They're already gone.
Why is this place still shaking?
She was a little too trigger happy.
Hey, it's all her fault. Enough chit chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier. Come on.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh,
What?
no, you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
That's a single round weapon.
You're a psycho.
Yes.
Savannah? When did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
We're out of time, crazies.
Traveler? Okay, let's go.
Oh, we're just gonna leave her here? We could have taken her with us. Turned her into the authorities. You guys don't know the path of things to do. We're good friends with Chevrolet.
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler and Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres while the Traveler and Escoffier were out here risking their lives?
We had to do something, even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. And I certainly don't deserve to be your head chef. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. I acted like a tyrant in the kitchen. And now I almost got myself killed. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be our head chef again. I'll never be able to replace you.
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the time. All I could think about was the Lumiline situation. What was it you said again?
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left, and Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did to Fermont and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Fermont?
It's Furman.
I'm so sorry. I put far too much pressure on you. And the way I stubbornly refused to go and see you after you fell ill. There's no excuse, but I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
No?
We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then he remembered the tea that Monica used to give him every night. And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumaline the whole time.
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous
Wow,
and
she's
sensory complications.
poisoning her friend.
But if you calculate the dosage carefully, you can control the extent of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that means more fragile or more hot-tempered.
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time.
Wow.
Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firmin was likely not Monica's only victim.
Oh.
She poisoned me too?
Oh, so that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time.
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumaline. That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my Gâteau de Bourg never tastes the same as yours? Is it just... I mean, is it because you're a genius and I'm not?
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
What?
That's
I
it?
felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature.
Half degree?
All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No, I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem in just one night? It all comes back to one simple, undeniable truth. You're a genius, and I'm just plain old Savannah.
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and
I love her
just think.
little
I came up
face
with
she
this
makes.
recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my Gâteau de Bourg? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef now for what, 6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel? And declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt. Or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with.
3
Genius or
years.
not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did, everyone does. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes. Learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure I never do.
That's our head chef.
Ha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hotel de Bord kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
Aw, what a perfect ending to a crazy journey. Look how happy everyone is.
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Aw, friends again. So nice to see them finally settle their beef.
Maybe not all their
Good.
beef.
So now that's out of the way. It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her mojo back, and you barely escaped from a death trap.
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between two top chefs, and nothing will stand in its way. So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today. Right now, this instant.
Hey, so, this whole time you were salty about losing?
The second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
I mean, the ovens are off by half a degree. What the heck?
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
That was interesting end to the story.
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
Quite rightly, too. Piece of cake.
Still seems very happy with the results.
Oh yeah, look at that! Savannah looks pretty chipper too, considering she lost.
You did it for Savannah's sake.
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened?
Staying in the floof,
I
Sandra?
thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had two reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course. But the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue. And in her, I saw so many new possibilities.
Xiangling!
She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, blizzard tails. With her, nothing's off the table. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding. Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
No.
What? Paimon didn't notice at all.
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your cooking anymore.
You should definitely make Paimon test all your most experimental dishes.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research, make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for Petit Gâteau de Bourg revised version.
I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers. Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Boer?
Oh, of course. I've already promised Banishem that I'll come back every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
Good luck.
You know, Paimon's still a little disappointed that we never got to see the treasure of Remoria. Surely Monica wouldn't have gotten drawn in so deeply if it wasn't for all the mystery surrounding the original Gâteau de Boer. She practically dedicated her life to finding the lost pieces of Modeste's diary. Then went to all that trouble to infiltrate the Hotel de Boer. And in the end, it was all for nothing.
Life's work became a grand exercise in
Since you mentioned
futility.
the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from Lumitoiles, better known to us as Lumiline.
Huh? So then, why all the hype back in the early days of Gâteau de Boer?
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the Lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Savelli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say it, but Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
Yes, poor Monica.
Hey!
All right, Navia, what?
Navia? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see
The steam
anything
bird.
like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Remoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value. It could be worth an absolute fortune.
Wait! Isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something. Ugh, it's such a shame.
Butterfingers. But at least we know the truth. We got a new recipe. Let's see. Gee, I bet you I don't have any ingredients for it. It's not bad extra rewards on top. Let's see, are you set up? This coffee is gonna be fun. Everyone's saying that she's bring back Freeze. Well, she brought it back. Let's see. So what type of recipe this is? Should be marked as new. There it is. It is an attack recipe. Cream, flour, egg. Oh look, used for Roman teens. I don't like the attack buff though. 224, 320, and crit rate by 6 to 10% for 3. It's really not that great, honestly. I think that was a fun story though. Vacation. I'm trying. I mean, it was fairly well put together. You know.
Skyward! Scatter!
The parts of the kind of. I wouldn't say they suffered, but they didn't really like go together overly well all times. Monica versus Savannah versus, and then it's like, oh yeah, she was just poisoning everybody. Like, honestly, could have kind of, you know, done that differently. Instead of just like, oh yeah, you guys all, you know, you guys all had issues because you got poisoned. You know, there was really nothing, you know, it wasn't anything about yourself. So I think that's kind of a cop-out right there. In the story, at least. Because it could have been like, yeah, you know, you're getting blackmailed. But you could have come forward at any point, you know, change the narrative on your own. And you turn mean to everybody because of yourself. You know, something like that. I think would have kind of fit better. Some more ice. Let's get to 14. I need 20, 40 of those. 9, so 7 and 6. Long ways to go to my school. Plus tomorrow I gotta get all our bunch of our talent materials. But yeah, I mean, it's kind. I do have to say it was kind of interesting what they did here in 5.6. I mean, it's kind of running interlude because, like, you know, usually on the point even, it's more main, and the point odd are the interludes, and they're kind of doing it a little differently this time. I think a lot of people aren't as biggest fan of that as they could be, but I mean, I think Genshin is just trying something different with Natlin, and then, you know, if it works, it works, it doesn't type thing. I don't think that they would stay with it. I think they may go back to the original format because that's what people like more. But Not Cry is going to be a different zone, so I may even try something slightly different there. No, I mean, we're supposed to be getting a new zone for in 5.7 supposedly. I think 5.7 they should just give us, because I mean we already got the new zone. So we got Sacred Mountain zone for Natlin. I mean, we don't really need much more Natlin area. They opened this. This opened up for the it's a new boss. They opened that up. I did the Farina the Farina cheat. I got Farina, just kept her walking on water until she got there. I'm sure there's another way there, probably over here. But I mean, honestly, I don't think we really need much more Natlin area. I think we're pretty good. I mean, go here or something like that. But I think for I mean, summertime, they kind of did Sumeru. I think we should get something Fontaine. I think they should give us something Fontaine level for that instead of going. Although Fontaine's way up here, and you really couldn't connect the two somehow. I mean, you could open this up. But I'd rather have like a summer story in this 0.7 matchup instead of trying to
If you are
location. That's my thing. Let's use door. That's a different area. I mean,
Presently unoccupied.
I don't
Perhaps we
think
could stop a while at
just
one's abode for
I think
some
what should they
repose and
just do is just
conversation.
unlock the just finish unlocking the Tona. Yeah. Just unlock the tablet of Tona first in 5.7, and then provide us with a summertime area. I think would be much better, but I mean, people want different stuff, so. But honestly, that's where I'd rather see it go. And I mean, usually the 0.7 comes around the summer, and they do a special summer story. And they could do it, but I mean, they could do both. I think it would be a little overload to do. I mean, don't do an Archon quest style, but do something similar to what they did when they gave us what is that area? This area over here, Collective of the Plenty. I took one, just this area here, where they didn't give us like massive story. If I remember right. Let's see. Because there's an Ode of Resurrection. Yeah, see, that was I mean, we had the interludes, but we didn't get much extra story out of it. Book, which is mirror page. Was a side story. Oh no, that was. See, this is the. I mean, this is from Sumeru's one. That one is a lot of fun. But I mean, honestly, going back to this story, I don't really think they should, honestly. Like, I think they should go and do something different. Try to, work on something different. Give us a summer story, and then I'll, we don't need an Archon quest. I mean, we just got an interlude quest in 5.6, so we don't really need one. Going forward, for 5.7. 5-7 could be there. They could open up an area without.
A new
Oh, that's how those are going to show.
Scatter! Skyward! Light it up! Try and stop me!
I said they put.
Light of the blazing sun!
That usually shows a challenge. Clues. So here's the thing. Let's see if we can. Because the desert doesn't really override it fast, like other areas, but you can eat donuts. Nice day. Donuts in the desert. I'm not very good with them. But they don't disappear as fast in the desert as their tracks do in other places.
Rev the engines!
Makes you, when you're just driving along like that, it just goes faster. Let's stick around. I noticed the other day he's doing stuff with her. See, so I can again. Chess show up as chess.
Rise with the sun!
Bird, you don't want to do this.
Scatter! Skyward!
Crumble! I will have order.
Scatter! Stray clouds converge!
Quake! Rise!
Scatter!
Everybody stand back!
Oh,
Adventure
do
time.
the Escoffier Grease Tea?
Burn it down!
You wanted to get your.
Light it up! Full throttle! Pyroclastic surge!
Those, the fungal spores. If you were trying to collect. Fungal spores for leveling? Or the pollen? You could use your Escoffier freeze team, if you have it.
Try and stop me!
And the Escoffier build. You could bring her here. Do a variation on the freeze team. and able to catch up on all of them. I don't know yet. Where was I collecting these?
What really happened to the tonic?
So just reads. Oh. No. Okay.
I wonder if this chest is some kind of trick.
Holy crap. That room was there?
Perhaps one should invent some form of curio discernment mechanism.
Skyward! Scatter!
Easier to pick up more chests now, though. But I think they're gonna have to open up a new area for us.
Skyward!
'Cause I don't think we have all of our stuff yet. Because my statue's not full. I can't find any more stones.
Scatter! Burn it down!
This is order.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Let's see what the big thing about
Seize the skies!
Zhongli is.
Scatter! Skyward! Light it up!
All the other Archons after him are better. It's like Venti and Zhongli just get the same treatment.
I will have order.
Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing sun!
got most of all this cleaned up. I'll find some more chests somewhere. See how well it works at cleaning up Natlan.
Rev the engines! Hip. Full throttle! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Almost. But I got my thoughts on some of the stuff upcoming. This is working much better. Modifications. I did modifications in this one. The compass. The treasure compass. First off, you could only find treasures and challenges. Now you need the more chests, find more challenges with it.
Try and stop me!
I think Claymore's better doing the mining stuff than Zhongli even is. Cause like you have Zhongli. You go here.
Rise!
Well, we hit the explosive.
Nothing to quake! Rise! Order guide you!
Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge! Let's light it up! Scatter! Skyward! Let's ride! Full throttle!
See, my biggest issue always is
Let's ride!
let's see, you can find the challenges now. But that was already in there. Challenges are there.
Something to add to my
5
collection.
or 5-2, something like that. It's been a missing challenge. 9 open world track trials. Finish that
Many
one.
insects have a component. To follow the light.
Those are over here. More expensive BP.
Humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Well, I honestly think in that one they did a pretty good job. Like the changes to the story, method, characters being slightly different, enjoyed. And honestly, Escoffier, like I was planning on getting her, but I didn't realize she was going to be as good as she actually is.
Rev the engines!
Let's see, when you do her donuts or in regular, it's just nothing. So taking her to the desert is more fun. I don't like the change they did to this stuff. The way that it functions, I don't like taking that out. That was a bad change. Put it back. It's not part of this anymore. You don't have the third wheel. And I like the third wheel. I think it was a change made for keyboard players more than anyone else. So there's really no reason for it I could see for controller players. Like it has no impact on controller. I mean, well, it has a bigger impact on controller. I don't play keyboard, so I can't say. My favorite mining points. I think you should be able to I think that should work even if you're indwelling a Saurian. Let's crack. Well, more chests don't really impact your completion percent. But anyway, that's the that was the plan for today, at least on the Genshin side.
Try and stop me!
Just kind of getting through the stories. I try to do a little bit more story on my channel, on my stuff. Kind of stick to more story-based games and other things like that anyway. I like stories over just the game itself sometimes. I think stories are, you know, the better part of the game. Even though you get, you know, some interesting stuff end game wise in some of them, I think the stories are a little bit more fun versus, you know, doing the end game where just 4 to 6 hours of me just exploring you know, doing this. 'Cause I only got a 99 on this part of the map. As long as I'm still in that same area. Stuff like that, I think, is... Stuff like this I don't think is as fun, so I like to do story more than other stuff. I find story more entertaining a lot of times too. And I do know that there are those that aren't a big fan of the story as well. You know, their thing is not story, so I think, you know, it's one of those things that you gotta kind of feel out on your own, but, you know. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming along and joining into this Genshin stream. I think this story was, like, the Mondstadt story was okay. It could have been better. It just didn't feel well vetted out, I would say. It's kind of like, I really want to do a story like this. I mean, yeah, we haven't been back to Mondstadt, you know, for quite a bit, but... And so it's like Mondstadt's like the forgotten region. But I think they could have done the Mondstadt story differently. They didn't tie anything into the Windbloom Festival.
Burn it down.
I think the Windbloom Festival should have had something else with it. And yet we didn't really get anything Windbloom Festival wise. Even though we should have. So. 100%. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming along and joining in. As far as upcoming, tomorrow we've got Final Fantasy VIII taking on Sorceresses. There you go, Shredded 2. Should be pretty close to endgame stuff there on 8, and then Saturday I still don't have, like, so I had one plan for it, still haven't heard anything about it back yet. I think Steam's being selective on that. On what they're doing with it. And they're looking at numbers and they're looking at certain things for certain people and stuff. And they're not being a very good inclusive group.
Something to add to my collection.
Still at 99. But if not, Saturday.
Oh, you're dripping wet. That must be uncomfortable. Let's take a break. I'll use my fire to dry you off.
Woo woo. Line. But I have one of, if that one doesn't get through, the original plan doesn't go through, I do have a secondary plan. Well, the secondary plan will either be one of two things. It'll be some more Assassin's Creed Shadows, or it'll be some actual Star Wars Outlaws, because I need to actually get that one up. And I did release a new video for it, but I do need to get Outlaws up because it's dropping a DLC on the 15th. I do want to be able to check that out, so I gotta get a little bit further in my... I wish they could add one thing to the map. So like here, you have Starfair Valley, Windwell Hill, and you've got like all the little roads here. Well, you can't really tell. Okay, so this is Lee Shaw. What is Lee Shaw's area? You know, what is the Sea of Clouds? Where does, you know, where are the lines drawn? Because I would like to be able to see, you know, what's different areas. So it's like, okay, I'm 95%, so my 95% I should be focused here, or I should go here and focus here. You know, Bright Clown, I know it was like right here, but like I think, you know, they should show, like if you could get like the areas, like when you're zoomed out, like way out like this, or at least like sensitivity range, domains only. It's like you could just go there instead of that. You know, get exploration regions. So you can see just the exploration regions. That'd be cool. But anyway, but yeah, so Saturday, it's gonna be one of two possible, you know, it's one of two looking like right now. The third one, the main idea, probably not happening. And I honestly hold that against, you know, companies do what they want, and most of them do crap what they want. Especially when it comes to, this is on a beta item, and it's an open beta, and they're just not giving anyone any information. So I think it's pretty crappy what they're doing. But I don't like a lot of the way that Steam does business. I don't do a lot of stuff on Steam because of it. So, but, anyway. Yeah, so that's Saturday. Monday we'll be doing more Assassin's Creed Shadows. It'll just be post stories, kind of exploration, getting around, checking different things.
And trials.
Yes, that's what I said. Exploration. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing on Shadows. And then Tuesday we'll be back with more Syndicate. And then next Thursday, I think that's the 15th. So that would probably be, if I've gotten all my Outlaws stuff lined up for me, we'll be doing Star Wars Outlaws on their new DLC, because that's supposed to come on the 15th. So I think that's the plan. I got to get stuff lined up for that one. If not, I'll figure something else out. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming along and joining in, and we'll see you next time.